think the conflict that I have often, and these two statements were great that you selected those, because it's sometimes we do work or we're asked to consider things that are about humans, So those are these questions. Or like Barbara said, are we talking about, the landscape work or the people work? And so it's sometimes a belief system around, are people separate from the land, or are they part of nature? So it's a challenge to bounce back between that. There's belief systems around who's in charge, or are we all part of, right? And so it's big, and it's a challenge to figure that out. And I think it's, for me, at core, it's like, is it all one? Like, is it important for OWEB to make sure that people get outside? Is that our job? Or do we support the health of the land and encourage people to participate in taking care of the health of the land? So it's a good question. It's a good question. And then how do we make sure we're inviting everyone? And is that our role, to participate in the work and get outside and, learn? So those are my thoughts. And I had really a lot of trouble writing anything down.
Great. Others?
Brenda McComb for the record. I think the term healthy is really problematic because that can be defined it would be defined differently by probably every person in this room. I think what we mean here is how watersheds function to provide certain benefits to other organisms, including humans. So I just have a problem with that term.
Kelly Coates for the record. I think for this, when I think about these, especially question number one, I think about connection to place, and I very much see people as being a part of that landscape, and that we can't really separate those two. And kind of, coming at it from a tribal perspective, it's really that connection to place that people have that's so important. And so for the first question, I think it's just having a place where people can connect to the land, and they feel safe doing it too, I think is really important.
For the record, Lisa Sharplow-Hanson, Executive Director. I think I would share one of the things that I feel so honored to be able to work and lead this organization is the fact that it reflects the three-legged stool of the world, with people, with the environment, and with the economic piece. And we need all three of them to work together to thrive in any way, shape, or form. And so it's exciting to me that we get to look at our problems or our opportunities from that perspective. And I love this conversation because it does overlay the other pieces that some of our current criteria don't consider yet. And so I think this is leading us to a more holistic approach to the work that we do and the work that we fund.
Let's move to the strong economies, which is currently on the screen. We work at an economic consulting firm. We think a lot about what a strong economy can look like, and in my case, and also for Shivangi, what equity means for a strong economy, and that linking is increasingly important. Where we recognize that having a rising employment rates or rising GDP, old metrics that were used to sort of determine what a good economy would look like in the face of increasing inequality can really mean a few really benefit and many barely surviving, right? And so I know how tied together those are, and I'm interested in hearing more about that third leg, right, which is the natural world piece, and how that ties into your understandings of what a strong economy can look like with healthy watersheds and habitats.
Corey Owens. So for us, OWEB, NRCS, any conservation organization to be able to go into any place in Oregon and implement, actually get conservation projects on the ground, it takes infrastructure and people and vendors and equipment and supplies and transportation. So being able to do watershed restoration, any kind of conservation work, there's an economy around it that already exists. And so when I think about how do healthy watersheds and habits support those strong economies, there's the restoration element, which is mentioned in these stickies, but there's also it's not one and done. We don't go in there and like do great work and then walk away. Because we're human, we will always have an impact. And so we have to constantly be monitoring and looking, and all of that is like the economy after the implementation. And then once you have this great natural spaces and stuff, now you have the economy of recreation and use and land values. So there is already economics around all the work we do. How well we've captured those impacts, I'm not sure it's been the greatest, because it's more of like, let's do it because it's vital versus let's see how we did it. And it's also, from the economists I've talked to, it's hard to pin down sometimes like what the millions of dollars of sage grouse has given to the Eastern Oregon economy, right? So I think that when we think about healthy watersheds and supporting strong economies, it's happening, but then no, I don't know of anyone, and I would love someone to send me a paper if this exists, like breaking down, the pre going in and then while you're doing the work and then after the work and like all that kind of stuff. So what I'm trying to say is this work supports an economy. I don't know if we've looked at strong, and I don't know if we've looked at it from an equity standpoint. Like I think about some of the projects like that we fund, we have to bring vendors from really far away sometimes because we don't have the skill sets locally. And so how do we create an environment or create a situation where we can build up local economies versus having to bring companies in from far away? So there's a lot of different aspects of that to look at, but there's already an economy there. It's just how do we understand that enough to have it benefit Oregons as opposed to other things?
Brenda McComb for the record. I guess I really struggled with the term strong economies, because do we mean strong economies for whom? Which segment of our society? What is a strong economy? Do we mean a growth economy, a capitalistic economy, or do we mean a no growth economy? Or do we mean an economy which benefits all people equitably, or do we mean an economy that's benefiting the people who have the most money and resources already? And are we only talking about money when we talk about economy? What are the other benefits that ecosystems? So, and what is a strong economy today over the next year is quite unlikely to be a strong economy a decade or 50 years from now as everything changes around us. So I personally think this is a question that's impossible to answer.
I think this is your opportunity to define it, right? And I love what Corey talked about in terms of, just shining a brighter light on it. Like, all of the things that do happen around restoration that haven't been maybe as much of the focus as the outcomes for the land. What are the outcomes that are also, we know, happening, but how do we look at those, measure those, pay more attention to those as well?
Jamie, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. Looking at both the previous question, this question as well. I mean, one of the first things that struck me as I was developing my sticky notes was this sense of all of us coming in with our own bias. And so how do we, for the sake of this type of exercise, minimize our own bias so we can see this bigger picture? It's like we've all got our own blinders on. And I was thinking, I went through this phenomenal training with Dr. Bryant Marks from Morehouse College once, and he talked about bias being very natural. So, I mean, sometimes we talk about bias, people get nervous about it, but it is natural for us, but we do have it. And so how do we're looking at these questions and we're looking at approach of how we allocate resources, how do we, and I think this process is helping us do this, step back from our own bias and see a bigger picture so we can see and value other things. So, and some of the comments my colleagues made about, okay, benefits, but benefits for whom or for what? And also the metrics that we set. This is something I've been very sensitive to ever since I've been on the OWEB board is how do we determine what is good and desired? Because you do, or you reward or you pay for what you measure. And so how do we set up these measurements that are either fair, whatever that word means to us, but also that have a long-term thoughtful impact and all those different intangibles that come in. I mean, how do we develop? I mean, part of the conversation yesterday for me was what are not just some of the technical benefits, but also some of the intangibles and that bigger picture perspective. So when we're looking at, again, on the economy, it goes against those measurements because it's really any metrics we set the rules of the game. And they essentially pick winners or losers before we even go through and do the review process. And so I'm just very, I think this is a really great exercise, but I'm really mindful of myself, but on all of us, how we are bringing such a personal bias into it, an assumption of where our partners should be. So we talk about expanding our partnerships, but if some of our partners don't have access to jump over the hurdles we set, we are by definition closing them out from involvement in this work. And so how do we see what we're trying to do, and how do we then think about those access points so that we don't automatically, consciously or subconsciously, exclude people before they can even participate in the resources we allocate, but also the work we're doing.
Gary, you had your hand up at one point.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Gary Marshall. Can't believe I'm going to say something, but I'll try to keep it brief. Just what Brenda said. Prompted this, that these things are problematic when you talk about economies and healthy systems and stuff. Those have to be defined, and they always are usually defined to somebody's benefit. But what I've learned as life on the land, that diversity is just extremely important in everything, and that's where strength comes from. That's where functionality comes from, as Brenda pointed out. There's, as opposed to healthy, that and so economy is just a component of the whole ecology of of our space we live in, actually, and what we do, and everything that happens around us. So any time we start raising something in this whole ecological soup as being higher or more of, or it becomes too much of that, tips the balance of the diversity, and some element of this begins to be a loser, I guess. But so it's important in my mind to very complex, but it's important to keep in mind all of these little pieces and parts as they're all important. Economy isn't the most important thing. Having too much emphasis on that throws the balance off. And even when you add, people are all part of it, but they're not the most important thing. If you put too many people in an area, then that throws everything off too. And so just some thoughts. Thanks.
Okay, I think this is a good, those two comments were a good segue for the next slide, which is to talk about diversity, right? It's a word that we use a lot. You all use it probably in also ecological ways around ecological diversity. I think it's been kind of co-opted to sort of just mean racial diversity in a lot of spheres, but we recognize that for OWEB, for diversity to mean something for OWEB, it's important to sort of say, okay, if we are as individuals bringing in all of these biases and we want to sort of expand our perspectives in this work, what does it mean? Who are we trying to include that maybe aren't as included right now? To not tip the balance as you point out in terms of, having too much focus on one thing or not another. And like, how do we kind of spread this out so that there's a lot of different perspectives in the work? There's not a right answer here, but I do think it's valuable to see what we're going to do is more of like a word cloud exercise. So if you go to that Menti link that you should have, we just want you to type in, who are we looking to expand our reach to include? Or maybe a better question, if this feels like an easier way to approach it, is like, what does diversity mean for OWEB's work? Is it in, this challenge takes it out of even just the who, like, is it about the geographical diversity that we're trying to reach? Is it about an expansion in the types of vendors that we're looking to work with, that kind of thing? So it can be as broad as you want. We're just capturing everything, like I said, for brainstorming's sake.
So we're on the same link.
We are not. This is a new tab that starts with www.menti.com. It's not number 3. You should get to it and it would say Mentimeter on it. And you can submit 3 words. I think, is it just 3?
Yeah.
Or can they go back?
I think they can submit as many words.
Okay. Start with 3. And then we'll see them appear on the screen. And if you're writing them on paper, we'll add those in for you.
And once you're done adding the words for diversity, if you hit submit, it'll take you to a prompt for what does inclusion mean.
You're not supposed to use 3 words.
You can write as many as you'd like.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mine is not advanced. It's just like hanging.
They're all, yeah, it's just hanging in our word. Lindsay, mine's working really well.
Just want to add 3 words or no?
Yeah, I did 1 word and then I hit enter.
Okay, yeah. It says waiting for the presenter to show the next slide. Oh, got it. Okay. The presenter.
Okay. Did your words show up?
Yeah.
Okay.
But only one word.
Well, give me the other words and I'll put them in right now.
I don't know what they are.
That's okay too.
You can make it into an airplane.
Let's do the one.
Oh, yeah. Okay, as we wait for folks to finish with that, is there any reactions or comments about what you're seeing up here? I mean, there's, the words get larger when they're, more than one. So this is indicative that there's a wide range of answers here that we don't see a lot of, big words. But I see, it's like, it has to be the exact same words. I'm sure if we kind of unpack it, there's buckets that are more similar here.
See inclusion or inclusiveness several times.
Yeah. And so, I think that's a good prompt for the next. So are we able to move to the next one?
Move to the next slide. It should probably.
You get to the next slide.
I think you just click.
Like in the Menti.
Yeah.
Well, let's just talk about it.
Oh, there it
Oh,
went. It went.
So when we think about, before we put them in, like, in what ways can we broaden our reach to get this wider range of, diversity inside the OWEB process? I think this can look like a lot of different things. It's like, okay, we want to increase our inclusion of grantee recipients, but also there's so large of a range of people that, whether that's our reviewers or our, vendors, et cetera. So like thinking about like what that inclusion could look like.
This is Liza Jane. I like that last question. And Gary, what you had to say, in diversity on the land, in people, in action, whatever that is, when we have a monoculture, and that could be all one plant species is taking over. There's a reason why that's happening. And so it requires some learning about why is that plant here and why aren't other plants that I want here. And I think that's exactly the same with people. If we don't have a good understanding of why it's not a diverse group, then we need to learn about why that's not happening. And I am continually surprised at what I learned about other cultures that I had to make something up because I didn't know. And then I hear from somebody and it completely opens my mind. So it's the same as a plant species that I can learn about, like why, the soil is not conducive to that plant growing here, or the way I grazed it, or whatever. And so I can change and get more diversity. So I think that applies to both really well.
I love that. Yeah.
Jamie?
So why is it that Liza Jane is always so much more eloquent than I am? It's so funny. I was channeling the same thought. So she laid out very nicely. The one thing I will add is that part of this process for me is really making sure we are learning. And I think that's what I was trying to get to with our biases, is learning from outside this group, because there's so much more for us to understand to do this work well. And so as part of this process for me is hearing from folks who are not at the table and better understanding not just what we think the keywords are, but with folks who are those non-traditional partners that we're trying to reach, and those other folks to get their perspective so they can help us learn as a board so we can better do our job. But it ties in very much to her comments, and that's kind of the why behind it.
Bruce?
I had also written down monoculture because that sounded like that's what we were describing and what Gary described. And the only other aspect other than what you were saying is that monocultures are inherently fragile. They are prone to catastrophic disease. They tend to be the opposite of healthy under certain definitions. The opposite being robust.
Resilient.
Resilience, robust. So all of those things, when they're applied to, it seems when they're applied to diversity, that gets back to maybe a definition of healthy that we could agree on.
conversation is exciting because as the folks who are going to go back and craft something, I'm loving this metaphor and what it could mean for the kind of rooted in this kind of work, but also expanding that to mean something larger than natural systems. Okay, I think this is a good segue into the talk about the statement now. So we can go back to the slide deck. We have given you some examples. Maybe you've had time to read them, maybe you haven't. We tried to balance with some organizations that do conservation work while also doing some organizations that do grant making work, because we think that intersection is important. We don't have a lot of examples from government agencies because that's just now starting. I think there's a lot of tiptoeing in that space because it's, it isn't the same as a private organization who can be more, I don't know, there's just a little bit more of a careful waters to tread there. So we recognize that this is going to be an important statement that will be, representative of the future direction of the organization, while also making sure that it's inclusive to all the communities that you work with, and that you want to work with, and a welcoming sign there as well. So we go to the next slide. I just want to talk a little bit about what we've seen as things that make an equity statement more effective. And so one important thing is that it has to really be rooted in the mission and vision of your organization. And I think that was what the work that we've just come out of is trying to get to. And please continue to think about that and send us your thoughts as you really think about centering this work in the mission of the organization, using clear and specific language and establishing a rationale, right? Like, why are we doing this? Like, it cannot be, it's the latest thing that we should do and we feel like we should do it. It has to truly be rooted in at the board, the highest level of we understand why this is important and we want to commit to making the changes that are necessary, because some of that will be reflected in how you put forward a new criteria potentially for grant applications and look differently at the applications as they come in. It should also come with an action plan. And one of those pieces is the work that Shivangi and I are doing outside of this work, which is to really do a deep dive into the process, talk to folks who have been through the application process or who have chosen not to participate in that application process, understand what those barriers to access are, think deeply about what inclusive grant processes could look like, and then provide a report that we're working on. And I think, Jamie, you're the one who brought up that engaging these, asking you all is a really important piece. Asking other folks to be a part of this process is also really important, right? So engaging those diverse stakeholders in helping think about what this statement and action plan should look like. And we've done some of that work in the kind of community engagement interviews that we've done as part of our process. I think more work will emerge as drafts come up that we would encourage you to take on. Anything else that you would like to add that from equity statements that you've read that you feel like are important to say, this seems important as to make it effective?
Jamie, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I've got a question in terms of your work, and I appreciate the perspective on different approaches from different types of organizations. But have you seen organizations develop advisory boards? Because there's the talking about just how we look at our mission statement as one activity, but even as we think about projects moving forward, we do have public engagement in some of these evaluation processes, although often there's a heavy dependency on technical expertise and arguably not always on cultural expertise or some of these other things that we're perhaps not valuing enough, so we're not including those voices as part of our review panels or part of our advisories. But I'm thinking about reaching out to more diverse communities, potential non-traditional partners, younger Oregonians who are starting to engage more may not have some of the resources and may be tougher for them to engage, but the possibility of developing like an advisory board to the board that can help bring in that perspective on a regular basis to help us kind of see what we don't currently see.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of ways of getting more voices at the table. There's, sneak peek. Yes, we have some comments about the advisory review process and the external, more technical advisors that you tend to bring in, how to expand that range of perspectives. I think there's also organizations that make more commitments to diversifying their staff and their board. And there's also folks who recognize that at least initially having an outside advisory board or, other kinds of regular long-term relationships with community partners is an important way to make sure that the diversity of thought and approach are really brought into their work. So, and I think that's going to be something that, as a board and a staff, there could be multiple ways of approaching that. There's not one good answer there. There's like, okay, on several fronts, we probably need a wider range of perspectives in how we're approaching our work.
Brenda McComb for the record. I think Jamie made a great point about advisory boards or advisory committees. The people who are least likely to participate in those are those who cannot take time away from their jobs and other parts of their lives. So if we identify people who we would like to have as voices, we need to be able to compensate them so that they're not disadvantaged even more by participating.
Corey Owens, I was just wondering, does the state of Oregon have an equity statement that OWEB needs to adhere to or have language that is aligned with as you guys look at this agency's specific statement?
So Governor Kate Brown has recently released kind of a guidance for agencies to start to lead into this work and, some guidance around this. And we are, we're using that guidance in this work. So but yes, I'm happy to share that with you all too. I mean, of course, that could change. It's likely to, I don't know. I have no idea. I say that. I have no idea if it's likely or not. It could change because it's not, it's at the governor level at this point.
I would add, Lisa Hansen, in recent years, the Department of Administrative Services has added the Office of Cultural Change. We have a cultural change officer within state government that's doing much of this work. And so we're going there together as state agencies in baby steps. We're all in different spaces. The other thing, and this speaks a little bit to Jamie's point, I think about us looking forward. I would hope we would consider one of the things that's really important is that we leave this place, the world, in a better place for future generations. And when we create opportunities for future generations to be able to experience the wonders.
Sorry if I'm sorry, Jamie, for speaking again so quickly, Jamie McLeod-Skinner, but I just, Lisa, you just made me think of, my mom's a former retired teacher, and one of her favorite sayings is from a West African elder, and it captures exactly what you're saying, and it's such a powerful saying, but it's essentially says, in the end, we will only love what we understand. We will only protect what we love. We will only love what we understand, and we will only understand what we are taught. And I think that's I see that as part of the work we're doing.
All right, Shivangi, I'm going to hand it over to you then.
So based on So based on what Jade just walked through, one of the first points that we were discussing was there needs to be a established rationale why the OWEB board is interested in doing DEI work and how that would be communicated through an equity statement. And so if we can go to the next slide. these were just two questions that I thought would be great to talk through before we actually jump into some example equity statements. So this can be a large group discussion, no sticky note writing, but just wanted to get your thoughts on why do you think the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board should pursue the creation of an equity statement? And according to you, what are the greatest equity concerns of your work and how do you hope to address them?
Just some light questions.
This is Jamie McLeod Skinner. I'll just say to that first point, it's fundamental to us actually doing our job. If we're not thinking about it, from my perspective, if we're not thinking about the mission statement holistically, and if we are limiting our focus and allocation of resources, then we're just fundamentally not doing our job. It's not, equity is not an added plus to, or not an enhancement of what we do. It's fundamental to us actually doing our fundamental work.
Brenda McComb, I think my answer to the first question is that we would pursue an equity statement because we recognize that we're behaving in ways that are inequitable. So it is almost a statement of self-awareness that we need to take some action.
Lindsay McClary for the record. Yeah, I think it's sort of like to answer the first point, why are we pursuing the creation of an equity statement? It's sort of like a guideline and a mission to keep us on track, so that we're always conscious of equity in every decision that we're making. And I think it's also something to guide us to be reflective of the communities that we're working in. Our action should be reflective of whatever those community makeups are.
I had a number of, this is Bruce, I had a number of arguments over a period of time with our former executive director over the mission statement, because it said to help, protect, and restore. And I said, so, my position was, so we can help and totally fail on the mission. Why doesn't it say to protect and restore as our mission? And the understandable other side of that was because we can't do it on our own. We can't, it's going to take, we have to do our part, and our part is helping. I reluctantly agreed with that. In this case, we can write a stronger statement. We are in a position of do we pass or fail as an organization on DEI, on inclusion, equity, and it has to be intentional, but it can be. I'm hoping it'll be clearly. It won't be to help. It will be to do, to protect, and to restore.
Stephen, then Meg.
Yeah, to me, it's sort of like one of the things we say in our strategic plan is that everyone in Oregon has a role in the health of the watersheds, and that is everyone. That's right in our statement, and I think that we could also make the case that everyone is in one way or another impacted by the work that OWEB does and the health of the watersheds. Therefore, the concept of inclusiveness and equity and cultural sensitivities and humility and all of those things apply. And for us to do, I want to say, be the best that we can, we need to make sure that we reach everyone in a meaningful way, and make sure that their input is included, and that that it's all that equity is just the very nature of what we do. Just given that our strategic plan says everyone in Oregon, and that means everyone, and we need to be assured that what we do is not biased towards certain groups or or whatever, that it needs to be all inclusive.
Meg?
Thank you. I agree with what everyone has been saying about our approach to equity, that we're not doing our job if we are not serving the interests of the whole breadth of Oregon, and a recognition that we have been behaving in ways, intentionally or not, that are not equitable. And I think that in my head, creating a statement is a means of clarifying and distilling our thinking about it, at least in the early stages, about exactly this conversation and, putting it into written form helps me to clarify my thinking, because, this is something, this is kind of something that we have been grappling with, and we're going to continue to grapple with going forward. But so for me, the statement is really clarifying the beginning of our work, of our intentional work in this area.
Brenda McComb, I have a question. If we're truly interested in equity, then we try to recognize people who are disadvantaged in some way and empower them to have more power, more voice in decisions that are made. So my question is, what actions has OWEB been taking, or could OWEB take, to empower people who we may not work with often, so that their voice is more equitable with the people that we have been working with?
This is Lindsay McClary. I am not on the DEI subcommittee, but isn't there a mission to reach out to 3 different groups each quarter?
Lisa Hansen. So we are working at the executive level doing the outreach work, additional outreach work. And I think one of the things that I'm learning as, I continue in this position is that we need to listen and consider other perspectives, and whether that be any perspectives. There are people that steward the land, to listen to their perspectives, listen to, the perspective and the knowledge of the Indigenous people holistically, and consider that in a way where we maybe in the past have been really focused on Western science.
Yeah, thank you. Brenda McComb again. So just a quick response to that. If it's okay. That's great. We need to listen. We need to listen more. But in the end, we have to do something. And I guess that's where I'm struggling. What's going to happen here? How are we going to engage people so that they have a meaningful voice in decisions that are made around grants, around the function of the organization? And listening doesn't stop through all that. Listening continues on. But hopefully what we're hearing is that I feel like I am making a difference in this organization. And I don't know where that's happening, or if it's happening yet. Maybe it is with your listening sessions, Lisa.
This is Corey Owens. I'd say that's point number 2 on the slide, is that you're asking the questions like, what are the concerns? And you've just started the great list of the concerns. For point 2 for me would be, it came up on the word chart, the outreach and the accessibility, and making sure that all the corners of the mission are being reached and with the diversity group. But also to your point, Brenda, about, you can't just rely on people's ability to volunteer. You have to make it accessible in a way that they can meaningfully participate. So that would also go on the list. If you guys are writing a list of all the questions, that would be, but there's 3 of them right there for you.
I think in order to move forward, it would be a good exercise internally to do an audit looking at all of the grant requests that have come into OWEB over the last decade. And seeing where did they come from? Have any come from communities that we would consider underserved or marginalized in one way or the other? How many of the have there been any? And if not, what do we do with it? Have there been some, and have they been funded? And if not, what would have happened? So we can have the best intentions of the world in the world of as a board, but we are largely reactive to what comes in as requests for funding, and we can reach out and encourage. We can do certain things to the extent that I you look around the room, the people and the staff through the years, and you realize we're not dealing with a bunch of bigots, people who are excluding purposefully. So what has happened? We're not getting it. An audit will show us if we're getting anything and what we've done about it. And then it'll also identify what types of organizations, what types of groups could write grants, or would we expect to write grants? And that would give us a clear target on who we should be reaching out to, rather than just making a blanket statement, we want to reach out. There are specific places that we need to reach out. I think that we can identify where we would need to reach out, and it would help us to do a relatively simple internal audit to get there.
So Mark and then Meg, please.
Okay, Mark Labhart. So I'm going to elaborate on that a little bit, because that's kind of where I come from. Is it's regarding question number 2. So I agree wholeheartedly with what Bruce just said. I think that we tend to say, okay, we've got this grant ready, jump. And so it's pretty much rural Oregon that jumps, and because that's where a lot of the natural resources are. And so they have people that are ready, whether it's a watershed council or an independent group that jumps and writes a grant request, comes into OWEB. We analyze it using our criteria and we put it out there. The Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund is the same way, except they have a DEI committee. And what they have done is saying, we've got this grant process. We're going to be issuing grants for this, but we want to specifically go after some equity issues, and it's pretty much urban Oregon. And so they have reached out to some of these, I'll call them underserved groups. And the reason I say underserved is because they don't know how to write a grant, or they don't know well, what does that mean if I apply to, and they have a bunch of questions. And so they help them through that process, because it might be an inner city group of individuals that want to do something, but they don't know how to apply. And so they're underserved, and so they just don't apply. And so that's the kind of, for addressing that equity concern for me, is we need to continue. And so for those folks watching on Facebook, don't be scared here now that we're going to shift, but we need to continue to have our grant requests come in like they always have. But we also, in my opinion, need to reach out to some of these, what I would call underserved communities, and it's how each of us defines that a little bit differently. And maybe even help them to write a grant and say, on Johnson Creek in Southwest Portland, there's a potential for reestablishing, I'm thinking out loud here, pond turtles there. And so, it's how do we help you do that? And so then there's a group that says, yeah, we'd like to do that. Or some inner city Hispanic kids that have never been to the mountains and never gone on a bird watching trip or something like that, that OCRF would say, we can fund that, and we try to do that kind of stuff. So that's where I have the concern is that we will continue down the current path. We'll continue to get grants from different parts of the state, but we need to make sure that this equity concern about our work is we hope to address some of these other places where we can make a difference, because that's where the population is. It's not necessarily where the natural resources are, but they have just as much right to restore their watersheds and achieve the mission of, I'm reading from the mission of ODF&W now, to protect and enhance Oregon's fish and wildlife and their habitats for the enjoyment of present and future generations. It doesn't say just, Eastern Oregon there. It doesn't say urban versus rural. It says everybody. And so that's the notion, is everybody. So long answer to that question too. So
bless you.
Thank you. I need them all. Meg?
Thank you. Actually, I was going to make the same point that Mark just made really well, that I've been thinking for a long time that, we all live in a watershed, and many of us live in urban areas in Oregon. And I don't think we get that our urban areas are served to the degree that our rural areas are in terms of the grant applications that we get. And so I think, to me, that is an area that we could identify ourselves as being underserved and focus on how we might best get the perspective of people who live in urban areas and the ways in which working on their watersheds might improve the quality of life for people and organisms in cities, basically small cities and big cities.
Kelly Coates for the record. I think from some of our previous conversations, some themes and things that have come up for me that we've discussed as far as concerns and addressing them kind of come down to one, outreach, two, accessibility of OWEB to folks, and then three, training. Because I think, it came up yesterday, the question of like, well, if they don't even know what OWEB is, how are they supposed to know to apply for a grant from us for something? And so I think those are kind of our big three that we need to look at moving forward, at least in my mind. And then I think to Bruce's point, kind of the internal audit. So I know that we did that with tribes as far as, grant making to tribes. And we have information on that in a report. And I think it's come up at I can't remember if it was the DEI committee or a board meeting now, but it's come up about who gets our grants and what does that look like? So I think that we had already talked about maybe having staff look at, because I'd love to just add to the staff workload, right? Sorry, guys. But kind of looking at that, like really, where are we getting requests from? And I think it could get kind of to some of the things that other folks were talking about, including Meg, and as far as like, are we mostly getting getting grant requests from rural areas? How many urban requests are we getting? What groups are we getting them from? And just kind of look at that, even just, we don't have to maybe go back too far in time or look too much, but even just where we're getting them now is a pretty good idea of who's actually applying, for the different cycles.
I love that idea. And I think we can also look at who else is giving grants. I mean, who's funding the Portland Fruit Tree program, where working in underserved neighborhoods? What other groups are out there that are doing funding? Every funding group gets requests that they can't fill. And if maybe telling them what OWEB's doing, what we're looking for, we can start to identify some places through that mechanism.
So terrific. Lisa Hanson. We have an October board agenda item for discussion about what we've been doing and how we've been doing it. And we'll spend some time talking about it with everybody.
That's Greg Addington. Well, I've heard a lot. I've been thinking a lot about this, and I think Mark kind of hit what I was wanting to say as well, which to me, I feel like I have to be careful. I don't want to step any landmines when I talk about this, but like we've heard earlier about what does healthy mean or what does strong economy mean. And I wonder a little bit, what does underserved mean? Is it a rural community? Is it a urban community? Is it based on race or ethnicity? And honestly, what I've heard in the couple of days I've been here is there's a DEI committee that we've done particularly pointed outreach at tribal communities in areas where we're looking at projects. And so I just wonder a little bit to like what I said about the climate thing. Obviously, we should be doing these things, but if there's a project that doesn't check that box, but it's still a good project, I wouldn't want to diminish it. And so the one thing I thought about, and in full disclosure, I don't even know all the products that OWEB has at this point, but when I look at that second question, do we have the right products for different places? Do we have the right product for a watershed that in a urban community? And do people know about those kind of products? So I guess I'm saying so far, I mean, I'm a little familiar with OWEB. You guys do good work and you do a good job. And I don't think you want to upend the apple cart, but do we have the right products to serve everybody?
It's not you anymore, Greg. It's me.
Okay, so in the interest of time, let's move on. So
Sorry, can I just, there's two comments I want to make on. One is on the audit piece, because I know there's concern about staffing. Just want to flag that the Secretary of State's office has talked about doing equity audits. So there may be a conversation there in terms of staffing, in terms of approach, and sometimes having someone else take that on. And then just to the last comment, just as especially for newer board members, we're really actually just starting this work. A couple of years ago, as part of our review process of kind of looking at the work that we're doing and how we're doing it, we came out, I think it was in the Klamath Falls meeting, that we talked about the need to have look at our work from a climate perspective, and an awareness then that we had something that was part of our strategic plan that involved reaching out to non-traditional partners, and we never really thought through what that means and how to do it. And so it started the conversation of an equity committee. And we started, and I used to be on it, and then we made that evolution of committees in our last meeting, but that has really just begun. So even the goal that was mentioned about reaching out to 3 new organizations, I think that's come up just in the last couple of months. And so we're just now thinking about it. It's not that this is work that we're already doing is behind us. We're just starting this work, and so part of this conversation even today is to try to think through how we do it and what that means to our work. So just as clarification for new board members, all this stuff is really new. We started out by saying it's something that's going to be important. That was a couple of years ago. Then we spent literally 2 years going back and forth and grappling of what that means and how we go about that. Our climate approach just started in January of this year, where we actually developed a resolution to really focus and provide for the board to provide formal direction. So I really worry that there's going to be a pushback on this saying, yeah, you guys are doing it, check the box and move on to business as usual, rather than using these processes to think through, because that's really the purpose of this conversation.
Yeah, thank you. This is Lindsay McClary for the record, and I'll make this quick. But I kind of see it as parallel tracks for the second question. I see it as who we are in terms of the OWEB board and OWEB staff. And I'd love to see some, if there isn't already, some diversity recruitment there. And then two, what we fund. And, a lot of good discussion has already been brought up. And just to kind of highlight, I'd love to see some barriers broken down on grant applications and whether that's moving away from the metrics in Western science, not wanting to take away from the quality and the rigor that makes OWEB so great and stand out and be a shining star. But, looking at those other ways for measuring success and still keeping that high level of quality. And then also looking at either liaisons or other languages, just using Spanish as an example, but having, a Spanish application or someone that can assist in that type of community, because there is a lot of tribal focus, but there's also a lot of communities that we're missing outside of tribal entities. Thank you.
For just 1 second, this is Liza Jane. I again want to point out all the things we're doing well and right. We're traveling to local communities, and that aligns with our we're walking our talk. And I think having an equity statement demonstrates that we care, that matters to us. To answer the first question, I go back to diversity. It's always healthier. It's the thriving community, whether that's plants or people, and you always get a better result. So that's important to us to have a better result by improving our diversity. Our board makeup. When I said last night to someone, whenever I enter a meeting space, I always count how many women and how many men. And that's easy, most of the time to kind of group up. And I'm proud of us, and that demonstrates to people who are looking that, they acknowledge there's, more voices. So we have a DEI committee. That's good. We hired you. That's good. We're training, we're learning, we're trying, we have a lot of work to do. So I think we're just starting, Jamie. We're just starting, yes, and we have a long ways to go, but we're demonstrating through our actions that this is valuable to us. And I think we have so much to learn. And Greg, to your point, I think part of the work that's hard is we're so afraid to do something wrong. We're so afraid to screw up, to say the wrong word, to offend something and show our ignorance. But we have to be willing to do that. And otherwise we won't improve. So go ahead, just, don't chew on your tongue, just spit it out.
Step on the landmark.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we'll clean up.
So I want to thank the board for a really rich conversation this morning. And I think I'm really excited about melding the visions of the board and the work that the staff are doing, because the staff are committed to moving this work forward. And I see it in every conversation I have with them in terms of what we're doing now and what we're looking forward to into the future. And so just know we've heard you, and we will continue to listen. And we are very committed to moving the work forward and finding some new ways to do things. And it's embedded in the culture of OWEB, continuous improvement. And so we will continue to make changes and modify to meet the needs that we need to meet and have the board's vision and the work of OWEB meld together as one.
I agree. And as someone who does consulting for a lot of different organizations, I will also say OWEB is definitely on the right track, both in intent and in action, and the level of commitment, the knowledge of the staff already is very high. So this is a good place to be.
Okay. So we have 10 minutes, and in those 10 minutes, I thought we could go over some example equity statements just to get the board's perspective on what elements of an equity statement you would like reflected in the board's equity statement in the future, and maybe which elements you would not like. And so if we can Move to the next slide. And the next one. So I think we sent out 3 example equity statements that I hope everyone got a chance to read through. But like Jade had mentioned earlier, we picked a mix of equity statements from organizations that are doing conservation related work that would apply to OWEB's own mission and work, along with organizations that are doing grant making and how like an equity statement and equity work uniquely applies to a grant making foundation. So this is one that we chose, which is from the Columbia Land Trust. And I just wanted to give you like 2 minutes to read through it and discuss what elements of this you like, what elements you think don't apply maybe to OWEB as much, and then we can get the conversation going. Kelly?
Thanks, Kelly Coates. So the elements of this that I like are recognizing the history and talking about changing things for the future. I really appreciate that. And then also the recognition in this statement and the other statements as well of the fact that we are still learning and continuing to grow, just kind of puts it out there, right? That we may make mistakes, right? But we're trying and we're learning and, just have patience and grace with us while we do that, right? Mm-hmm. So I really like those 2 elements.
It's an organization that talks about making amends. And this particular document, wonderfully written, to me, says what we need to amend, but it doesn't really say what we're going to do to amend it. So I was told years ago that making an amend is saying you're sorry and then not doing it again. So if we're going to put ours together, we may need to say we're sorry, but then we need to put in how we're not going to do it again.
I think that action plan piece is a really critical component. And I think there's an argument either way. There's this, really shouldn't put out a statement until we've done something. It might ring hollow. Or there's the other approach, which is like, let's commit to this. We now have it. It's public. This is going to force us to do the work, to do the audit, to do the review of our products, all of the things that you mentioned. And we're that is happening and we're committing to doing it. So, and I don't think there's a right way. I do think they have to both eventually happen. But I think, I've seen organizations wait and or, do it one way or another. And I think both are, as long as they both happen.
Thanks, Brenda McComb. I've been involved with several organizations on developing these equity statements. And my first question to the group is, how bold do you want to be? And clearly this group has owned the issue. But as Bruce said, they don't say what they're going to do. They don't really say what they would like the future to look like for the people who have been disempowered. So my suggestion to this group is be bold. And granted, we're going to make some mistakes along the way, but let's go after this with full force and not just create a statement that's going to sit on a website somewhere and people will say, oh yeah, okay, good. Yeah.
In all fairness to the Columbia Land Trust, I don't think this is their full statement.
Right.
So there's more. We're just not seeing it right now.
The last slide, the first question, why would we have it? A statement. And I think that is to hold us accountable to the entire state. And so Brenda, to your point of being bold, yes. And that we're accountable to it so that we can hold each other accountable. The state and the people and the public and our grantees can hold us accountable. And so that's the intention. And I think it should be really clear.
Yeah, thank you, Les Jane. That's great to hear that. And I think everybody probably agrees with that. The reason I raised the question is that in other organizations where I have been, people were very careful about their wording to not try to offend people.
Yeah.
And to be quite frank, if we are bold, we will be offending some people.
Meg?
Thank you. I also, I agree with Kelly. I like the acknowledgement of the past, what we hope to keep in the past, that's in this statement, and also the statement that a more diverse, inclusive movement is stronger and more innovative. And I also agree with Brenda's observation that, you know, the first decision is whether we're going to be bold here. And I would be in favor of erring on the side of being bold. I also looked quickly at their Columbia Land Trust full statement, and they do have a list of specific actions. Most of their actions are still fairly general, but it's definitely a lot of action as included in part of their larger statement. But I would like to see something like this kind of recognition of the history of the movement and acknowledging that and acknowledging a commitment to change that going forward.
The other part, prior to making amends in this organization, the part that what is shown for the Columbia Land Trust does extremely well is called a fearless and searching moral inventory, with the understanding that you're not going to get well until you understand you're able to do that inventory, honest. And I read this and I thought that's a great inventory, a self-inventory. So thank you, Meg, for reading the rest of it. And I like what we see, and I'll look at the rest.
The rest is in the paper documents that you have.
Thank you.
Or on their website. Yeah.
So doing a time check, I see Jamie's hand is up. How much more do you have?
I mean, we have other statements, but those are available for you to read in your documents, so we don't have to talk about those. We have one last final question for you all.
Okay.
That is a self-population. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say.
Yeah, this is great conversation. I don't want to stop it. I don't want to stop it. So I just wanted to.
Yeah, if there are others that from folks that have read other statements that want to flag something, again, you're welcome. Yeah.
So Jamie, go ahead. Your hand is up.
This does not take a step back from the being bold piece at all. I think that's a strong thing to do. I think language is really important. So when Gary before was talking about the importance of ecology and diversity, he used language that I think a lot more folks across Oregon, including rural Oregon, can hear. And so one of the things I think is sometimes a weakness of equity statements is the language is, and I tread on thin ice on this to use this language, but it's sometimes a bit seen as a bit flowery rather than really substantial, rather than using language that people can really lean into. So the ideas that we come up with is one thing, but also I think the language that we use, we should be open to having more, not using buzzwords as much and using language that more people can relate to and understand the meaning behind.
And just to leave you guys, I know Brenda brought up, should OWEB be bold and would they want to be bold? So just think about, if you were writing your equity statement on your own, what would you commit yourself to, or what would you commit the board to? And yeah, we can discuss that later.
So this is on the last of the three mentee boards.
Yeah.
If you wanted to write it there, write it on a sticky sheet, we'll collect them, or keep it in mind. Maybe you don't have the answer to that yet, but as you reflect on, the commitment that OWEB is trying to, collectively write as a board, we would love your thoughts. All right, well, thank you all very, very much for this really wonderful conversation and for your deep, insight and level of engagement with what is a challenging topic as organizations grapple through, historic harms, future goals, all of the complexity of our emerging awareness around inequities in all levels of society, including in this conservation movement. So we really appreciate you giving us a lot to work with. The hard part is not over. We now will go craft something and be working through the delicate issues of language that we know exist, making this also an accessible statement that people can understand, feel like is, inclusive, and then work with the board to make sure it really fits the mission of the organization. Hey, good luck with the rest.
Thank you very much. All right, if it's okay with the board, can we take a 5-minute break? All right, thank you. What time is it? It is 9:38. Let's meet back here at 9:45, please. I don't know, are we? He says yes.
Thank you, Regan. I have meant to thank you today too.
Sorry.
Okay. So this is a logistical announcement. Eric Hartstein just reminded me we have an 11 o'clock checkout time of your room. So just keep that in mind. I think we're scheduled for a break at 10:15. So at break time, you probably want to make sure you take care of that. Or arrange for it to happen when the board meeting ends, if they can accommodate. So just keep that in mind.
Or if you have a personal assistant.
Yes. I took care of myself.
Sorry, you guys.
Thank you very much.
Would you like me to take care of that for you?
Okay. Regan, thank you. I wanted to thank you for your quiet efforts at keeping this all together. Is in my world and skill set, you're the wizard. So thank you. We are at agenda item J with our strategic plan update. Report out on our progress. And this is Courtney, Audrey, and Linda.
Good afternoon. For the record, Courtney Schaff, Business Operations Manager. You can find this on page 221 if you're following along in the virtual board book. I'm just going to give a really quick introduction and turn it over to what we'll say the wizards, who have done a fabulous job collecting ideas from staff to bring forth this strategic plan update. So as a reminder for all of our, seasoned and new board members, we adopted a 10-year strategic plan in June of 2018 for the board. And that was after a lot of board, staff, and stakeholder engagement. It includes 7 priorities and both short and long-term goals that we included in the strategic plan. After we adopted it, we really committed to a strategic plan that we reported back to the board on and we tracked outcomes related to. And so we did quarterly updates to the board that were, those of you that are seasoned might remember the very tiny font and the 11 by 17 pieces of paper with lots of detailed information in it. We then hit COVID. We lost a third of our staff. We stopped tracking things. We just, got through it. And we did take a pause from updating the board on the strategic plan just because we needed to refocus as a staff and really take an effort to collect that information that we hadn't been and figure out how to report back out. Also, we hired fabulous new staff in the form of Linda, our publication specialist, who has really taken things to a whole new level of how we can demonstrate information visually in, I say, print and virtual materials because many things aren't even printed anymore. And so we have taken a new approach to reporting out today. So Linda and Audrey are going to share, more high level items that we've been working on and accomplishments we've made as staff. And we really want to get your feedback both on what we're reporting out, if you have questions or there's other things that you would like to see, as well as in this format, because we are committing to reporting back to you again quarterly. And then sometime within the next year, we'll be giving you more of a 5-year report out about our accomplishments and still thinking about when we will provide that to the board. But after that introduction, I am going to turn it over to these amazing women and share what we've learned.
Good morning. This is Linda Replinger for the record. And just to give a little brief background, in our April all-staff meeting, we did an idea shower exercise where we got together, did a brief overview of the strategic plan and the priorities, and then individually sat down for 1 to 2 minutes and thought about what are the things that I have done or that I worked on collectively in the past several months that fall under the different priorities. After that, we got together in small groups and brainstormed about that, and then wrote them on sticky notes, put them up on pads, collected them, and then Audrey and Courtney and I put them together into the strategic plan. that we're going to present to you. So going to priority 1. Broad awareness of the relationship between people and watersheds. So something that's new recently as of April is that we began using social media platforms as a source of outreach to uplift grantees and partners in their projects. And we'll talk about that more a little bit later. And then secondly, we wanted to highlight the Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Fund, that annually we do a report to show information of how the resource is used and what the outcomes are. And this past year, we reported on the Opal Springs Volitional Fish Passage project.
And I'm going to just jump in really quickly if you'll scroll back up, Linda. The Opal Springs project is highlighted in the PCSRF report, as said here. There's also a storyboard online that highlights this project as well as projects from all the other states. And on the online version of this, there is also recognition of Andrew Detter, the OWEB staff person that passed away and who was heavily involved in this project and a big advocate of the Opal Springs project that the board visited many years ago.
Moving on to priority 2. Leaders at all levels of watershed work reflect the diversity of Oregonians. And we talked about this a little bit in the last item with DEI, that we are engaging in the training. We've consulted with Eco Northwest and are doing work within the IDEA team. Also, we wanted to highlight on this that we talked about just recently as well, that we've committed to meet with 3 non-traditional partners each quarter. And in the last 6 months that we have met with several different groups, including the Organic Coalition, Capital Connections, Albina Vision Trust, Roundhouse Foundation, and a group of agricultural stakeholders.
And I would just add to that, Lisa Hansen for the record. There are several groups that we're starting to do just regular quarterly stakeholder meetings, and that would include the conservation community. And we've had a long-standing monthly meeting with the partners that we provide funding to.
This is Liza Jane. Lisa, I think you can consider when you come to a local community and there's a public reception and that we're all interacting with people that live there as outreach too.
Barbara Boyer. When you're doing these meetings with the non-traditional partners, are you asking them who else is missing?
We are.
Okay.
We're asking who's missing. We're asking what we can bring to the table. We're asking how we might connect resources, because if it's some of the outreach has been around, what can we do for you? Some of the outreach is, okay, you're a funder. We're a funder. There are great projects that OWEB can't fund. Does it fit in your funding stream? Another example was some work that the Oregon Community Foundation wanted to do around emergency response. They were trying to find a way to connect into state government emergency response. And so we're doing a lot of making connections with people. It's not just the OWEB connection necessarily. It's the connection that we have throughout a network within state government and outside of state government to bring people together. I think another really interesting one that came out of the Organic Coalition meeting, we were talking about sustainable practices and their impact on climate. And the fact that there had just been a call for the Connect conference for subjects. And we went, oh, wouldn't this be great to connect the Organic Coalition and with some of their practices into a training? And I think they hadn't made the linkage to the opportunity with the Connect conference previously. And so to make that connection of this would be a great partnership and to bring together to help share knowledge and continue to spread the word.
And then priority 3, again, this is Linda Replinger for the record. Community capacity and strategic partnerships achieve healthy watersheds. So we wanted to highlight in this that changes were made to the focus investment partnerships evaluation process that allowed for applicants to answer questions that might arise during the review process. That would make more of a consistency between the different applicants through the process. Also, the adaptively managing restoration initiatives, which is also connected to the FIPS or the Focus Investment Partnership Program. It's a document that is available on the website and helps to overcome common challenges with long-term partnership implementation with recommendations for that. And then next, that our leadership have been actively engaged in meeting with people on the ground who are active in grant programs so that we can learn and adapt and learn about what the challenges and successes are and make these programs more successful and more effective. A couple of examples, we toured with the Harney County High Desert Partnership and also attended an event with Oregon Senator Jeff Merkley on the Kellogg Dam Removal and Resilience Project. Then I will pass it over to esteemed colleague.
Thank you, esteemed colleague Linda Replinger. For the record, Audrey Hatch, Conservation Outcomes Coordinator at OWEB. And strategic plan priority 4 out of the 7 is aiming for watershed organizations in Oregon to have access to a diverse and stable funding portfolio. And this current strategic plan report calls out that in the last few months, there are 2 high-level accomplishments that really help further demonstrate our progress toward that goal. First, OWEB received federal funding from several sources, including the Bureau of Land Management, as well as the annual Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Funding. All of these federal funds help our local partners in Oregon work to enhance watershed resilience. And as we heard, as you will hear coming up in just a few minutes during the director's update agenda item L, during the 2021 and 22 sessions of the Oregon State Legislature, our agency received general funding to support post-fire recovery and drought relief efforts. Within the last few months, programs have been staffed and the implementation of grant offerings is getting underway. Strategic Plan Priority 5 aims to see that the value of working lands is fully integrated into watershed health. And the current strategic plan report highlights the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program, or OAHP. Although established several years ago, the OAHP was recently funded by the Oregon legislature, is now staffed at OWEB with a commission in place to oversee grant offerings. The demand for help with conservation easements and succession planning has really never been higher in Oregon, and OAHP helps to address that need. Offering incentives for farmers and ranchers to continue practices that support working lands and provide crucial fish and wildlife habitat. Now the program is funded and staffed, the commission is beginning to frame solicitation of grant offerings. The next strategic plan priorities.
Yeah, and I would just add for the board, there is, Lisa Hansen for the record. We have a commission meeting coming up on the 5th of August that will start talking more about the structure going forwards for those of you who are interested in following it. And I think this is one of those places when we talk around climate and opportunities for mitigation that we're going to be able to really think about impact in terms of practices. And again, it ties back to some of those meetings that we're having in our other connections as well and learning about.
Thank you. And for the record, Audrey Hatch, Conservation Outcomes Coordinator. Strategic Plan Priority 6 focuses on coordinated monitoring and shared learning. This priority really emphasizes how collaboration among scientists and practitioners makes our efforts better. Priority 6 also has some interesting and strong connections with Priority 1 to tell a story and demonstrate restoration backed up by strong science. And the current strategic plan report highlights a synthesis report that was published by the Pacific Northwest Aquatic Monitoring Partnership this past May called Management Implications from Pacific Northwest Intensively Monitored Watersheds, or IMWs. And OWEB has been a key partner with IMW since that effort began in the early 2000s. This newly published synthesis report compiles data from 13 IMWs describing how restoration actions improve habitat. And just a couple of high-level takeaways. The report looks at and quantifies habitat as well as fish metrics, and the notes the habitat response was more in general uniformly positive across the IMWs than the fish response, which was, as you may expect, more variable and based on life history stage. And then another just high level takeaway was about the need for that continued communication to support restoration at scale and over the long term. And then also in that strategic plan, priority 6 under coordinated monitoring, the current plan highlights the OWEB monitoring grants. Ahead of the spring grant application cycle, staff hold consultations with potential applicants to review the process and share out technical resources with applicants. The applications and consultations help recruit high quality monitoring applications for the limited funds. And the current strategic plan notes that this past spring, 30 consultations were held and 25 applications were received. And then the final priority 7 calls for bold and innovative actions. And 2 accomplishments are called out in the current strategic plan report along those lines. First, the focused investment partnerships. OWEB helped partners continue to sustain the FIP initiative throughout the challenges of the COVID pandemic, with 11 FIPs currently open. And as you heard through the discussion yesterday, 11 extremely high quality applications for FIP initiatives were received. Another bold and innovative action that you heard more about yesterday, the current strategic plan report notes the climate resolution and listening sessions that were held this year, with 77 folks attending 6 sessions, plus a well-attended tribal listening session and many responses received through an online survey. And feedback is now being used to inform the next steps on the OWEB climate resolution, as discussed yesterday. So thank you and for hearing this update on the strategic plan report and the new format and the next steps. And my colleagues and I would be happy to answer any questions.
So Lisa Hansen, for the record, I'd just like to add a couple more items to number 7 in terms of bold and innovative actions that demonstrate the collaborative work of OWEB. So I don't know if the board realizes we have about 1,200 open grants running at one time. And those can run over 6 years on the lottery funds. That's a tremendous workload. We have 30 different grant type offerings that run multiple cycles each year as well.
What?
30 different grant type offerings. Well, maybe we need to visit that. Yeah.
You can ask that in October.
October.
I'm sorry.
That was your I love it. And then I think another one that's taken up a big chunk of time this quarter, I'll just share with you, is working through the emergency drought funding. When we received that funding in December, I don't think we anticipated some of the challenges of implementation with it. Some of the challenges that came with the budget language that were put in. And we've had to find some ways to work through and around some of that budget language to get to the spirit and intent of getting the money out on the ground. And that has taken a significant amount of time working with partners because there was a specific program that was mentioned and it won't work. It will not work in the basin that we're talking about because of water rights and other things. But we believe we can get to the intent in another way. But it has created a need to go back to all of the partners, to go back to the executive department, to go back to the legislative branch and make sure we're all on the same page as we go there together. Because typically legislative instruction is really what you follow, but we're really trying to work to get the money on the ground because of the need that's out there. And so we have been as creative as we can in terms of bringing people together and moving things along in the most expedient way possible.
Barbara, and then
No, Stephen.
that was Stephen.
Well, thanks for that presentation. I just want to applaud this whole effort. When you introduce the topic of strategic planning, it's probably the easiest way to clear a room. And, but I think in the case of the OWEB process, which I was involved with from the very beginning, they took this as a very robust effort, and there were many workshops being held, yellow Post-it notes, many revisions and careful thought that went into this, and that in and of itself is a good and healthy process. But OWEB took it the next couple of steps, and one, they actually used their strategic plan to set priorities. And secondly, and probably most unusually, they report back on progress towards these priorities on a quarterly basis. And I think that is unique. It's extremely valuable, not only to the board members, but to the OWEB community at large, because what it does is it looks at the higher level goals and priorities in the context of these various 30-some programs. And I think it's a good way to kind of unify that effort and helps truly define OWEB as a program. So I really applaud this effort, and I look forward to continue to hear how much progress we're making towards these priorities.
Thank you, Bruce, and then Mark.
Thanks, Steve. I came in halfway through the creation of the strategic plan and was, like Steve, one of those advocates for a ongoing reporting. The strategic plan, not just sitting on the shelf, but keeping us up to date. Pressure testing the plan, saying, and actually liked the small print and the foldouts. That said, I like this better. And with the caveat that the small print foldout gave you the opportunity to see if something was missing, if there was an area that over a period of a couple quarters, there never seemed to be anything in that segment. It just didn't. It didn't seem to be all that important. And that's certainly possible in any strategic plan. So as we go with this new presentation, I don't know how you're able to say, we continue to look, but there's this area over here that it's in the strategic plan, but it never seems to make the presentation. Maybe it doesn't need to be in the strategic plan, or so. How do we find the blind spots? It's easy on a spreadsheet. It's harder on a presentation. Just caution, if we can do that, it'll be great.
For the record, Courtney Schaff, Business Operations Manager. Thanks a lot for that feedback, Bruce. And we can think about, when we circle back, whether maybe it's part of just the verbal update we give, and you say we can recognize these are areas that we found we didn't do work in, and make sure we're bringing that to your attention, or figuring out how maybe to call out some areas that we're seeing gaps in the update. So great feedback. Thank you.
Mark.
Mark Laphart. So I apologize for asking this question because I should already know the answer to it. So this is a quarterly report to the board. So what is the outreach from there? I mean, are we sending it to all of our stakeholders and to other groups? Or because it's fine for the board, but we need to make sure that it goes to everybody else. And I'm hoping you're going to say, yep, we got a broad reach with this report.
For the record, Courtney Schaff, Business Operations Manager. I don't have a great answer, but that's a great question, Mark.
So we should be sending it out to all of our contracts, our stakeholder groups, to the general public.
And this is definitely a more user-friendly format than our previous format. So
I'm not.
So we obviously posted as part of the board meeting materials, but I love this idea of thinking about how do we use it as a communication tool. And whether we use it in the meetings that Lisa and Stephanie are setting up, share it with our, technical review teams. We have our Gov delivery mechanisms of sharing it out. So I love that idea of how do we get this out, because we're not.
Yeah. And electronically, I'm not saying let's mail it. Because I think Kelly made the point today. There's people that don't even know who OWEB is. And by doing this, maybe we'll hit somebody who goes, wow, OWEB, they're pretty cool. Look what they're doing. And hey, maybe I can reach out to them. And we just never know. So share the good news. That's and what we're accomplishing.
Lisa Hansen, if I might add, I think a little bit to Bruce's point, I have really appreciated our strategic plan as I prioritize the work that we're doing at OWEB. And in our April staff meeting, which was the first time we'd all been together in a couple of years, one of the staff asked me, well, what are we doing that's in the strategic plan? And I looked at him and I said, I can't think of anything that I've been doing over the last 6 months that doesn't tie to one of our goals. And so it's been a great guidepost for thinking about what we're doing and how we're doing it.
Anything more? Any other comments?
No, for the
questions.
Business operations manager, this is great feedback. We will be back in October, taking your feedback to heart, and we will in October also report on how we've shared this. And thanks again for all your hard work and supporting the strategic plan.
Thank you.
Oops, I was already ready for break. Sorry. All right, at this time, we will take general public comment. And I think first, okay, go ahead. So Vanessa, Jan, and Kirsten? Carson. That's an A. Okay. All right. So Vanessa, are you doing two? I'm sorry, because you have well, are you part of the partnership here and then you're going to do something different?
I just only have a comment.
Okay. All right. Oh, so I thought you were coming up on your own. I'm sorry. I wonder, I almost feel like there should be one comment card if y'all are going to come up together. It makes it a little easier.
Here's some paper.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Well, welcome everybody. And am I giving you each 5 minutes or 3 minutes? Okay. 10 minutes. All right. Because I'm reading my notes there. It says 5. Okay. So, all right. I'll let you guys start with whoever you want. And you each have 3 minutes, please.
Good morning. Good morning, OWEB board and co-chairs Boyer and McAllister. For the record, my name is Vanessa Green. I serve as the executive director of the Network of Oregon Watershed Councils, known as NOWC. It sure is nice visiting with you all in person. I have a few comments to share about yesterday's discussion about the FIP awards. So when I attend these meetings, I try my best to listen in on behalf of watershed councils across the whole state. And there are a lot of cats to herd among the councils. And there's always a range of opinions. And I'm sure you can imagine the lively input I was getting from all of your YouTube subscribers yesterday. And you definitely had my undivided attention. And in general, I can tell you that the watershed councils agree on our deep appreciation of the FIP as a substantial tool that can allow councils to plan projects that have real depth and breadth. And the multi-cycle funding can be leveraged to attract funding from other sources, and it can really help strategic partnerships to establish and evolve. And as you know, the watershed councils from both the east side and west side have benefited from FIPs. This year, the competition was fierce and many councils were paying close attention to the grants committee deliberations. Having them streamed has been such an advancement in transparency and engagement. So thank you for that. As you know from the written comments that you've received, several individual councils have ideas about how that process might be improved upon and how the whole council, or excuse me, how the whole program might evolve in future cycles. In general, I know that the Watershed Council directors and boards value a transparent and consistent and equitable approach to the OWEB funding decisions. As Bruce Buckmaster predicted, I did hear widespread concern yesterday that the other council projects that also fell beneath the funding line were not given the same consideration as a Harney Collective in your conversation. I imagine that when my advisory committees have had a chance to convene and really parse the recordings, that I will have more nuanced comments to share with the grants committee. And in the future, NALCE would be really glad to contribute to a review and revision of the FIP program and evaluative processes. On a different note, I just want to also remind you to take a look at our written comment, which describes 3 upcoming legislative tours that will feature climate change mitigation efforts in the Upper Willamette Valley with the Mackenzie River Watershed Council, drought mitigation and natural water storage opportunities with the North Fork John Day Watershed Council, and the tide gate repair and replacement needs in Southwest Oregon with the Coos Watershed Association. Our dates have not yet been finalized, but we'd like to invite OWEB board members to join us. If you're looking for a reason to get your boots dirty and come out for a visit, let me know and I will be sure to include you in our plan. That's it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Vanessa. Perfect timing. All right. Jan, are you next?
Yes, I'm Jan Lee, Executive Director for the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts. And I'm speaking here today more on behalf of our Oregon Conservation Partnership. Our team of 4, we represent 145 different entities, and we're providing a number of projects and education for all of our members. One of the more successful tools that we have that we produce.
Jan, can you get the microphone closer to your mouth?
Yes. Do this? Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So our webinars draw a lot of attention, and we had one last week where Taylor Larson and Eric Williams talked about the OHP program. And there are other topics like that that we've developed, and you can see them on our YouTube page. We also have been very active lately in Connect, and Cynthia will tell you more about that. Legislative tours. You heard what NALCE is doing, and Colt will also have a tour as well. For our legislative tour, we're going to, in August, go to a major ranch in the Maupin area. They have 33,000 acres, and they have put that under carbon sequestration. Oregon State University located the measurement devices for the soil health testing. And they have done testing for a number of years. And most recently, they have acquired a contract, the company from Norway, to market that carbon. And the owner of the ranch, Jeannie Carver, is working with her neighbors. Eventually, they will have about 2 million acres in that area under carbon sequestration if everything goes as planned. So that's a very extensive project, but the way that it applies to other landowners is each of the areas where sequestration occurred is actually a practice. So that practice that they may have done on many more acres could be done on smaller acreage with similar results. So we understand that through the OWEB's OAHP program, that in the future, if the $10 million requested of the legislature is provided, we could have some practices that would equate to carbon sequestration funded under that program. We also worked with Oregon Department of Ag to work on their USDA application. I believe it was $60 million, and if that were to be approved, that would be a major statewide program. So there's a lot going on out there, and we're looking forward to the tour to have some legislators who've already confirmed go out to Maupin and see what's going on. So with that, I just thank you all for your support that you give our partnership.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today at this board meeting. My name is, for the record, my name is Karsten Kendrick, and I am the Coalition of Oregon Land Trust new Conservation Program Manager. In this role, I support COLT's policy and government relations initiatives, coordinate our pro bono program, and help to facilitate member education and capacity. I am here today with the Oregon Conservation Partnership and on behalf of COLT's 32 member organizations across the state to voice our support for OWEB's recommended budget and to share some of the successes from the past year that were made possible by OWEB's grant funding and the amazing work of our members. I want to start by thanking the board and the director for providing a thoughtful public input and feedback process on the agency recommended budget. And we'd like to start out by voicing our strong support for the $10 million general fund request for the Oregon Ag Heritage Program. This program fills a critical need in the state to protect our well-managed farms and ranches by providing a non-federal match for the Agricultural Conservation Easement Program. This year, with OAHP coming online, Oregon has been allocated $6.7 million in federal funding for the ASAP Ale program, a record level of funding, which this program had historically received about $500,000. This program is a game changer for conservation on agricultural lands, finally bringing Oregon in line with the 26 other states with matching working lands easement grant programs to protect farm and ranch land from development. COLT is also in strong support for the state to fund OWEB staff capacity to help support and manage the new programs the agency is running to get funding on the ground for fire, drought, and watershed protection. I'm also happy to share our 2022 State of the Lands report, which you guys should have. I brought some copies here for you, but I'd like to quickly highlight some of the success stories from the past year. This year's report summarizes the work of our land trusts and partners throughout the state that together have protected over 350,000 acres of land. We're proud to share the story of Trout Creek Ranch, a 16,645 acre ranch in Southeast Oregon with 500,000 acres of public lands grazing leases. This ranch supports 10% of Oregon's sage grouse population with water resources that are critically important in the face of climate change. Trout Creek Ranch lies between the Pueblo and Trout Creek Mountains and offers unparalleled potential to build a connected climate resilient landscape linking more than 1 million acres of wildlife habitat. A large focus of this report and our work are projects that are centered on Indigenous knowledge and expertise, from a cultural burn training outside of Eugene with tribes in the Willamette Valley to a first foods gathering in Wallowa Valley that engaged more than 75 tribal members in gathering foods and medicines over the course of 3 days. With help from partners like OWEB, our community is driving projects that build climate resilience, provide habitat protection, connect people and place, and serve communities across the state. At the same time, COLT's members are greatly impacted by the decisions around how OWEB grants are awarded and are eager to collaborate with OWEB to make these programs as effective as possible for on-the-ground conservation. We hope that you take a few moments to read this report and are grateful to OWEB for supporting the creation of some of these stories. And thank you again for the opportunity to speak today.
Good morning, and I welcome you to Wallowa County, as I am a Wallowa Countyan. I am Cynthia Warnock. I am the president of the Oregon Conservation Education and Assistant Network, which encompasses all the districts. We're better known as OCEAN. I just want to give you an update of what we have been doing. We have improved our website. We now have a new one. We're hoping to get districts to put on success stories. I'm sure many of those success stories will be from grants from OWEB. And so we greatly appreciate all of that. So please, if you have a chance, look at it and give us any input on how you think we're doing on there. Also, I've been working on trying to get out a quarterly newsletter to all district employees. I think we need to reconnect, get together. We need to know names. As you know, there's a lot of turnover in districts. So we're actually working on trying to get our directory up to date, which has been a little bit hard. But if ever there is something that you want to get out to districts, please reach out to me. I'll put it in the newsletter. We're trying to, like I said, get to network more like we used to before the virus. We've been working on Connect Plus, which is a partnership training this year. Your OWEB grants to the partnership go to help pay for our Connect workshop. The registration is open for Connect, which is in September. We just now got our virtual contract signed. I think you're going to be really pleased if you go to this meeting virtually, or if you want to look at a presentation that could not be attended because you went to another one in person. It is very user-friendly, and it also incorporates networking, so you could network between anyone who wants to get on there to network also. So I think that's a real good thing. They're improving on these virtual venues. We have 8 tracks going. They're not all full, but I think we have a real diversity of trainings there. The program should have gotten out yesterday. I have not had a chance yet to read my email, see if they got it out, but hopefully that is out so that it can be shared for you to know what we're actually offering at Connect. And on that note, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you all. I think there's one question from Liza Jane.
Thank you, Barbara. This is Liza Jane. Jan, I am curious, what does it mean under carbon sequestration?
What the goal is to improve soil health. So certain practices are put in place with the intention to do that. And then there is a measurement opportunity to determine how much was saved, how much that practice was able to save. Is that?
I think I should have asked what practice.
Oh, there
What's
are all
happening?
kinds of practices.
Okay.
NRCS funds a number of them, like crop rotation. I'm sure that Corey could give you a long list of the practices.
Okay. It sounded like there was like one thing that was happening. That's why I got curious about, like, is it just rest, or are they incorporating a whole bunch of different practices and then measuring impacts there and then being paid? Is that correct, by how much carbon is measured as sequestered? Is that what's happening?
That is correct. They are applying some different practices. They have also worked with the Wasco Soil and Water Conservation District for a number of years now. So they've had practices in place, and now they've added some more. When they measure the carbon, then they can get funding from a marketing company for credits based on sequestration.
Interesting. Thank you.
Normally a per acre reimbursement.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, all.
Great. Thank you, everybody. Keep up the good work. All right. So I'm doing a time check. So we are going to take a 10-minute break right now. So we can kind of stay on track. So we can go eat at Liza Jane's Six Ranch.
Oh, you want
so
to eat?
So we'll meet back here at 10:43, please.
Okay, let's get underway.
People are checking, are they checking out?
Are we checking out?
No, I am. No, staff are going, but I think you're okay.
Are we okay? Great, thank you. So we are at agenda item L with director updates.
Great. For the record, Courtney Schaff, Business Operations Manager. So I have the first one, partnership technical assistance grant offering. And so I'm actually going to tell you, don't even read the director's update in the board book because we've had a lot of chat conversations and changes and thinking since we wrote that and put that staff report together. So you can just, look up here. So we heard, we talked around as staff and came up with a proposal to kind of defer the partnership technical assistance grant offering until 2023, just recognizing, trying to figure out how to balance workload and agency priorities. We then have been working through the FIP, Focused Investment Partnership grant process, reviewing public comment. We had somewhat lengthy conversation yesterday around supporting the many fabulous partnerships that exist on the landscape and what that kind of support looks like, and also what it looks like to build up and create new partnerships that have strategic action plans. So the Partnership Technical Assistance Grant offering is for just that. It is to support existing partnerships through partnership technical assistance capacity, which is if you have a strategic action plan, it supports the staff to keep working together for meetings, for facilitation, or for a partnership to write a new strategic action plan. So after we submitted this staff report, we've been talking as staff and as executive team and listened to the conversation yesterday and have come up with a plan about how we can do this grant offering and be able to make board awards in April 2023 with the remaining funds in the spending plan, which is just a little over $700,000. So we would work as staff to make some revisions that we've been talking about to the grant offering, announce it sometime in September. Applications would be due before the Christmas holidays so that we could then get them out to reviewers, do a review in late January, and then we'd be able to bring them to the board for board award in April of 2023. There's no action we're asking for the board today. We were just coming here to give an update, and we've adjusted based on what we're hearing from our stakeholders as well as from you all. So just see if you have any questions.
Bruce.
Yeah, Courtney, do you have a lot of applicants in the pipeline? Do you know that these are coming? I mean, what should you be expecting?
Well, I would expect that all those that fell below the funding line yesterday during our conversation would likely be seeking partnership technical assistance capacity support to keep their partnerships working together. I don't know of any new partnerships that want to write strategic action plans. There could be also some of those that maybe had more feedback about, maybe concerns on the ecological side, the technical side of their strategic action plans, might want to come and get support to update those strategic action plans and make adjustments. But I would assume that is the minimum of our population that we would be hearing from.
Any other questions, comments? Okay.
I think questions, comments, or feedbacks on the adjustment would be helpful too. So
I have a question, Courtney. This is Liza Jane. Is it a fairly similar process? So if somebody wrote a FIP application and they didn't receive the funding this go round, do they have everything? Can it be a cut and paste? Is it fairly simple for them to then ask for this grant?
Courtney Schaff, Business Operations Manager. It is a different application, but it is not even in the magnitude of complexity of the FIP application. So it will still take some effort, but there's a lot of information that it will not take nearly as much effort. Okay. And we are always I mean, we've identified some areas, which is why we need a little bit of time, and we'll spend the month of August. There are some areas that we've already talked about streamlining and kind of improving some of the questions, and want to make sure we get that taken care of, because we're always in the heart of continuous improvement before we offer the next grant offering.
Okay, thank you very much.
And just in the recognition of time and travel, we are just going to rely on the written update for the social media. I will just put a plug that Linda did post some great pictures of the tour yesterday on social media, and we will be getting, thanks to Mark's feedback, the strategic plan report put on our social media pages in the near future. So thank you all.
Okay, I have a question about social media. She's not, should I wait? Is she coming back?
She ran. It's all right. We can answer it.
Have we ever considered a podcast and using people stories and reflecting our diversity across the state of people we're impacting to actually have interviews that people could listen to? They could talk about their experience, that sort of thing. That's a little more engaging than Instagram or Facebook.
For the record, Courtney Schaff. So
did you just have a heart attack?
Yeah, and Hartstein's loving that.
He gets the first. So it's really interesting. So we did internal pre-COVID to staff what we called stream side chats, and we brought some folks in to talk about their experiences living and working in some rural communities and get to know them better. And the feedback we got was phenomenal. And so I think that is a great idea, recognizing of time and energy, but we also work with Oregon Lottery to highlight the stories of our grantees and the work around the state. And it's always something we can pitch to them, who have a whole bunch more capacity for things like that than we do, but we can look into it.
Liza Jane, it's a wonderful idea. Resources, resources, resources. And we're going to talk about budget soon.
And I think maybe at working at minimal capacity issues in my life, find somebody else to do it. So great. I just feel like it's a
Linda has been doing a great job working with Oregon Lottery and connecting with them. It's the wonderful thing. I've handed off to this amazing person we've hired. And we are actually in communication with Oregon Lottery right now about the next group of projects they'll be highlighting for us. And so thinking about interviews, or they brought up podcasts in the future, we can bring that up with Oregon Lottery. Again, they have the capacity to do that type of work.
And thank you. And the other thought about managing workload, which I'm not very good at, actually, but when you take something off. So if Facebook is old school, stop doing that and start doing something else. I don't know. I'm out of my element, but I think podcasts are cool.
Thank you.
Mark.
So you say you're working really close with the Oregon Lottery. So I've got it figured out. If we can win the Mega Millions, we get $1 billion and we can fund everybody forever. So we all pitch in and we'll try that.
Thanks, Mark.
Sorry, I had a little bit of humor there, just trying to get you to smile. So
thank you.
Okay, we did get Linda back. Are you talking about your?
We're just going to do it.
Okay. And so Lisa.
Thank you. For the record, Lisa Hanson, Executive Director. So I just want to start out by saying I hope the board has just gotten a flavor throughout this meeting of the amazing work that staff are doing. I'm 9 months into being at OWEB now, and absolutely honored to continue to get to work with our board and the vision that our board has for making the world a better place, and for the work that the staff does in terms of their commitment to carrying that out, and just really committed to the resources and conservation work and connecting with people across Oregon. It's amazing, amazing work. And so I have to acknowledge the staff every chance I get in this, because they're wonderful. These are some of the brightest people I've ever worked with. And I love it at OWEB. One of the things I wanted to mention in terms of state government right now, the one word I'm going to tell you is going on is change. We're getting close to a governor's transition. We're seeing a lot of changes in state agency heads. Barbara mentioned Alexis Taylor, Director of Agriculture, is going to has been nominated to USDA. Colette Peters, who is an amazing leader in Oregon government over the Department of Corrections, is going to the federal corrections system. Richard Whitman has announced his retirement, a director of the Department of Environmental Quality. A huge loss to the state of Oregon in terms of his knowledge that he had at the Department of Justice as a lead natural resource attorney, and then leading DEQ and really putting DEQ in an amazing space. And one that I have to tell you is incredibly near and dear to my heart, because she has been an amazing mentor to me, inspiration, and made the world my oyster. When I was at the Department of Agriculture, is Katie Koba. Katie Koba has just recently announced her retirement. I think October 1st is the date, and it is a tremendous loss to Oregon in terms of state government and the leadership and the vision and the energy that she has provided. Not only, I mean, she has 40 years, 37 years experience in state government. It's tremendous, right? Starting out working as a budget analyst at DAS, working on the governor's staff during the first Kitzhaber administration, working in economic development, coming to the Department of Agriculture for 13 years and being the longest serving Department of Agriculture director, and then moving on to lead, to be the state CEO, and her vision and what she's done for bringing the agencies together and the enterprise vision is nothing but phenomenal, and leading us through COVID. I can't tell you the admiration I have for her as a person and a friend and a mentor. And so it's just a tremendous loss to state government. The other one that I would mention to you, and this really relates to climate change and some of the work that we've been talking about. Former Director Jim Rue from the Department of Land Conservation District, who was a personal friend of mine as well, passed last week with a very short battle with cancer. And his vision throughout the time I worked with him on the Board of Agriculture when he first came back to Oregon, and then his time at DLCD as the deputy and then at the director, he put his life work into caring for the lands and the importance of Oregon's land use system and what it could do in terms of climate. And I know that Barbara was at a recent meeting, I think last week, where the board adopted the climate rules. And really, I think that represented a reflection of who Jim was and what he brought to the state of Oregon in his service. And so, I hope that we all have a chance to reflect and, are grateful for all of that and just acknowledge the years of service and knowledge that we're seeing transition out. These are amazing people that have committed to Oregon over time. So that's my acknowledgement to the change that's going on. There will be a lot more over the next several months as things move on. But there are amazing people I'm sure will come in, but they're big shoes to fill in many of these places that have just been incredible Oregon leaders. I would mention to you, and we talked about just a little bit, we are moving our emergency programs along. They're starting to hit the ground. We've had several of the grants go out. We did have a bump in trying to get the money out for irrigation efficiency. And I think we found a way to work through it. And I'm working through the memo to document there's nothing that a piece of paper can't fix that another piece of paper created. And we've done a lot of collaborative work and conversations to get to a spot that I think will put us in meeting the vision of the legislature to get the money out with the intent of the conservation work and long-term water savings in place.
I was curious. I read the post-recovery and the drought relief. Immediately after the fires, we were asked to do $1 million per fire. And I think we excluded one because it was all federal. So if I remember, it was 7 million, something like. And since then, I don't remember ever seeing anything on, did it all get out? How was it spent? What was the recap of that? Because we immediately went into the post-recovery, post-fire recovery grants. So at some point, it'd be nice to get just where did that go?
Okay, so I don't have the answer to that off the top of my head, and that is a great question. And so we will work to get something out to talk about it. I'm most familiar with the money that came in during the 21 session, and then what we've had rolling in terms of emergency funding since October. Yeah, I think one of the things that we've learned in terms of the emergency funding, that there has been a desire, we want to get it out on the ground, but we also have learned, especially in terms of fire, those local organizations aren't ready to receive it. They aren't ready to apply for it. There's a span of time in between that they are just in community recovery. And community recovery has to take place before they start thinking about the restoration work on the ground. And so we're just now, I think, a second cycle, feeling like, okay, we're going to get it out. There was a little bit of nervousness first cycle of the recovery grants with what we had for responses, and its readiness and its resources. Oregon puts so much value on using local organizations to do the work, but local organizations have to have capacity. In this case, local organizations have to have capacity, and they also have to recover from crisis. And the last couple of years have been compounded crisis. So working through that, and I say patience and grace a lot. These are the reasons. Patience and grace. We're going to get there, and people are coming with. It's work and time and a lot of collaboration and a lot of conversations and trying to figure out how we work back and forth to help them along. You've heard about the things, and this is just really quick in terms of what I've taken from the meetings that we've been doing with the executive team, mostly Stephanie and I, outreach to different organizations, are connecting people and connecting people with other people for longer linkages. Connections, I talked about the Organic Coalition. There was recently in one of the communities, they were talking about bringing youth in to conservation work, a connection with Oregon FFA Association, and thinking about how Oregon FFA Association could create supervised leadership. Bolt, when we met with Bolt a couple of weeks ago, that how do we get urban agricultural interests? How do we bring in some of that education to natural resources into those urbans? So we're doing a lot of taking the background that Stephanie and I have and the network that we have and bringing them into the community conversations to make stronger linkages. And so that it's not extractive in the conversations, we actually have something additive for them as well as we're working on building these new relationships. I think you heard it in the public comments. We at OWEB are incredibly proud of this. We have been working really hard at making our meetings more accessible to the public, to provide transparency and inclusivity. The committee meetings, I think we started in January, and we had a few bumpy things trying to work through, getting committee meetings streamed. I think we're getting better at it. We recently streamed a rural advisory committee meeting. First time OWEB had done that. We've had good feedback around it, but we've also learned some lessons. And I think it was a board member may have said it to me, and I'm not sure which one, but we will do a better job in terms of figuring out how to share the materials. It was in a normal meeting, we would have provided paper copies for people. And that doesn't work very well when you're trying to stream it and have a public view it, and the public is interested and they want to see. So we're continuing to learn how to do that, but we're committed to that transparency and having more people have the opportunity to listen in and work with us. I'm just going to say the social media presence. If you haven't liked us on Facebook, if you haven't liked us on Instagram, just do it, because the pictures are beautiful and I need you to share them out to your friends. It really highlights the work of the partners. And if you don't understand OWEB, it will excite people about the work and excite them about conservation and the natural world. Linda's doing an amazing job with that. And we're so grateful that she's making things beautiful so that it's interesting to people. Let me think. The other thing I would mention, especially to new board members, if you haven't signed up for Gov Delivery, you can do that through our website. It's a great mechanism for just receiving notification of what's going on. And we're putting more and more out there in terms of when we're having meetings, what we're talking about. For the grant opportunities, Greg, for you to begin to see them and the cycle, that's where we advertise those things. And we will continue. I actually was thinking Gov Delivery would be a great place to put out our quarterly strategic plan updates. Then people have the opportunity to use it. It's no cost. And it's a couple more clicks for us to put it in that place. So we'll make some of those changes. You're going to hear more about the agency request budget in an upcoming presentation. I hope that you see the reflection of board priorities in how we have approached building this budget longer term. And I'll save it at that. But the one thing I really want to acknowledge the work of Stephanie Page and Miriam Share in this agency request budget. We have half of our executive team is new. Miriam's new to state government and had to learn a very interesting system is what I'm going to call it in terms of building an agency budget. And she has done a phenomenal job. She and Stephanie have worked together at completely overhauling our agency request budget in terms of the narrative to really think about plain language, to create a story of where we're at today with OWEB, the challenges that we're facing with OWEB, and the vision of where the board and the staff want to go in terms of next steps and what we need to get there. And so I am very excited about this document. I plan to have us share it with the board. This is nothing I would normally share with the board because it's big and it's thick, but it's worth having the opportunity to see the narrative. And I think just acknowledge the volume of work that has gone into it in terms of time and thought in trying to tell a new story about where we're at today, because a lot of things have changed. The other thing I wanted to just talk about a little bit in my comments is thinking forward to October and our October board meeting and where we want to go. Is this my fourth board meeting? Third, I've lost track. Fourth. I think it may be my fourth. It's my fourth. Thank you, Eric. My fourth board meeting. We spend so much time, and this is important because this is what you all do in terms of the grants and getting the grant money out the door. I would really like us to start to spend some time connecting the work that we're doing day to day to how that impacts getting that work out the door and really carrying out the vision of the board. And so maybe a little bit of OWEB 101, maybe a little bit talking about our grants, maybe getting some feedback about thinking about the categories of those 30 grant offerings that have been created over time. And maybe there's something new we can do as we talk through that with some new ideas. So I'd like to build a little more time as we go forward into thinking about some of that connection of what we do day to day and how it really carries out all of your visions. The other thing that I've thought about for October and looking for feedback from the board is some presentation and focus on water. Harkening back to, I think it was our April board meeting, Meg had a really long list during the board reports talking about the water programs. And I think it'd be good maybe to just kind of do a recap and a linkage to how that affects OWEB and where we're connecting across, and also how it affects us going into the next legislative session and the governor's recommended budget going forward. Director Whitman from DEQ has requested time with the board to talk about Klamath Dam removal and the need for some funding for restoration work when all of that takes place. And so I think the board had conversations prior to me coming to the agency around that. And so he has requested time to come back as well. So we are meeting on the North Coast, is my understanding. Eric, why don't you step up if you would and just talk just a little bit logistically to make sure we're all staying on the same page together about logistics.
Great. For the record, Eric Hartstein, we are meeting in the Tillamook, Garibaldi area. I'm still trying to iron out a few details exactly where, but it'll be within that vicinity.
And then I think too, another thing for us to consider, we had committed to 2 in-person meetings a year, 2 virtual meetings. We could think about the 2 that are virtual, the Salem meetings. I think of them as Salem meetings because it's hometown. That could be somewhat of a hybrid for locals if we wanted some of the board to be face-to-face in Salem. I understand the constraints in terms of emissions. I understand the constraints in terms of time, but there might be something to think about in terms of how this meeting has gone with some of the face-to-face interaction and considerations there. So would really like some board feedback there. The other thing that we need to probably find time for, and I think this came up during the Climate and Water Committee meeting, which I did not attend because I was on vacation. And I need to again thank staff. I took 3 weeks off, and I've never taken 3 weeks off in my career to travel across the US with my daughters to travel and go after our passion as a family. And so thank you for giving me the latitude and the confidence to be able to leave the agency to do that, and you all bringing all of this together to come back. But there was discussion of a vulnerability tool, talking about community vulnerability that's out there. And so I think that's something, rather than just having it be committee work, I feel like that's something that the full board would likely like to engage in. And so finding some more time. So we may need to consider the length of our meetings to get that core work of grants out the door, but also some of this core visioning work for OWEB as an entity moving forward, and how we do it and how we consider all of the things that we talked about this morning in a very rich conversation. Last thing I wanted to mention, and this relates, Corey's involved in it as well. We're spending a lot of time right now working across agencies with shared stewardship around forestry. ODF has been challenged with creating a 20-year plan for forest management. OWEB has a seat at the table there. And we're there in terms of knowing that we're a resource for part of it. We're there providing leadership in terms of the connections and how we do that work and how we communicate it. Communicate it not only to stakeholders and tribes, but communicate it to Oregonians, because there are going to be some decisions like we dealt with yesterday that are much about priorities, and we're not going to be able to go everywhere all at once. And so there will be priority communities that will be chosen, and other areas are going to say, why not me? And I think that those will be very challenging as you think about 2020 and the fires. I never thought that I would have to evacuate my home in the heart of the Willamette Valley in all agricultural lands. And I did. I evacuated my home and 50 sheep and 3 horses, 2 that weren't even mine, that came there because I knew it'd be a safe place, and my family. And so that's not an area that's necessarily a high priority, but it has left, concern in people when agriculture does field burning in the Silverton Hills. If there's a plume, people are nervous. And so the need for really extensive outreach and communication is going to be important. And I think one of the things I'm really excited about with this group, and it's already started, Corey was part of a presentation to the Legislative Commission on Indian Services at the end of June. The group worked really hard in collaborating to build a message of we want an inclusive communication. We want to bring the tribes in as partners. We want to bring you in early and often and at the start of the conversation and not at the back of the conversation. And I have to tell you, that's something that I've really learned in the last 9 months here at OWEB in terms of that tribal work and the need to think about it in a different way. And from the feedback that I had from Corey, it went very well last month. And so it's work for us to be proud of in terms of the collaboration and leadership that OWEB's bringing to some of these different organizations. That's not just the grant work that we're doing day to day, but it takes time and staff capacity to do it and do it right and be thoughtful and engaging. So there is my report.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Any questions or comments for those reports? I just have one, not meaning to add, but I think I heard an opportunity could be in our future for a combined meeting with ODF and W.
On my list.
Great. I just want to keep it there. I think that would be really valuable. Thank you. Okay.
And then just to note on our agenda, there's a written update in our board packet, emergency program updates, right?
Yes.
It's written.
Just
Okay.
written. And you got a high level view of it in my comments.
So just to mention it. All right, moving on to item agenda M. And Courtney's going to give us an update on some collaboration awards, please.
Yes, for the record, Courtney Schaff, Business Operations Manager. So organizational, and I'm going to just jump right in and being aware of time today. Organizational collaboration grants are a rather unique offering. Be too much technology and I can't do grant offering OWEB has. We've been offering these since 2015, and they were really meant to be a responsive grant program. We were seeing a lot of changes in how our local partners were working together on the landscape, and we were seeing a trend towards more and more organizations splitting apart and setting up their own separate infrastructures, and wanted to encourage collaboration and community building. So we offer these more responsive grant programs so folks could come together through mergers, through shared services, being co-located, and coming up with more collaborative solutions, really with the purpose of building resilient, sustainable organizations that could achieve outcomes on the ground. So the first offering went out in 2013. We've awarded over 10 grants spread across the state. As I said, mergers, shared services, co-locating. They started as focused on watershed councils and soil and water conservation districts. They then expanded to include all of our local partners with this idea of getting our partners to engage with each other, have conversations, how to support each other. And some of the more unique ones that we have funded was one up in Portland with a nonprofit, a soil and water conservation district, and Verde, which is a workforce development, and how to enter in from a transactional relationship where we've got a project, we're going to enter a contract, we're going to award it to the best bid. And they entered into a long-term agreement with Verde about how to they're going to give them the work and build up their employees and help them in career development goals. So it's been, this program has grown over time. It does have evaluation criteria that come out of our technical assistance rules. that we use as part of the evaluation process. It does have a little bit different of a pathway. It is more of a responsive grant program, as I have said, and it is because we're talking about collaboration between organizations, and we're asking them to make change in how they do business practices. We do pre-consultations to make sure that everyone's on board and that you're not just naming a partner, but the partner's not really on board. We do an application submission, and we do a two-part technical review process in these. So we do an initial review to see if there's questions or concerns, and then we give the partners the opportunity to respond to those questions and concerns. And then we have a technical review team that meets for a second time that comes up with our then funding recommendation, which is what we bring to the board. The other thing that we've learned about these over time is partnerships aren't static. So things change throughout the course of from when an application is submitted and conversations start happening to when we do the first review and the second review. So things change over time when you're talking about complex partnerships, and different partners show up in a different ways when we are having these conversations. An example of a project we funded out in Umatilla County is two groups coming together, looking for likely a potential merger in the future. One of the organizations was coming to this from an aspect of, like, they pretty much didn't have board support for the staff, but they had board support to do the merger. So when we did like the secondary kind of review process, they couldn't get one organization's board to really engage in the conversation, even though there was written support, because they were struggling and they were trying to figure out how to engage. And so through the review process, we just recognized that different partnerships show up in different ways. And we're just trying to be a little bit more responsive. It's a different type of grant program than OWEB offers when you're looking at restoration or technical assistance. And I tend to get these more fun and interesting and complex grant programs, and it's great. So I bring to you today a staff funding recommendation, which is an attachment in the staff report, and I have up here on the screen. So we received 6 applications. Right, staff are recommending 4 of those applications be recommended for funding. There are 2 that fall below the staff funding recommendation line. And we had quite the conversation yesterday around those that are above the application, the funding line, and those that are below the funding line, and how do we approach those? So I want to take a minute just to recognize the 4 projects that are above this funding line here. These are all organizations that actually I started conversations with in some form about this grant offering before COVID. We paused it. We've now brought this grant offering back. These organizations are all looking at innovative ways to engage partners, to look at how to improve their business practices to get work done on the ground. The Rogue River one is around drinking water, and they really piloted some work in response to the fires down there and how they can continue new partnerships. The Calapooya is a partnership that started small, and they're looking at how do they meaningfully bring in tribes to be part of that partnership. And that means they have to look at their governance documents differently and how they make decisions differently. It's not as cut and dry. So really excited to see these projects that we've recommended for funding. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the Coast Fork project that is, and there's no order for the 2 that are not recommended for funding. If you would think back in your brains for a minute to our last board meeting, our April board meeting, and the open solicitation grant awards, there was a project that was a do not fund recommendation from Region 3 that was essentially many of the same partners that were in this proposal that is the staff do not fund recommendation. And there was quite the board conversation at that time because it's the Upper Willamette Stewardship Network is working collectively, and they've been doing a lot of DEI training and tribal engagement as a network of partners. And their proposal that was a do not fund from open solicitation was about how to engage tribes and internship programs, and specifically the Grand Ronde and the Sletch tribe. That was a do not fund recommendation with quite a bit of discussion. We gave feedback on that application to that applicant. There are some timing issues I want the board to be aware of. This application that you are discussing today was submitted by those partners, and we began the review process prior to those partners receiving feedback from the board on that April do not fund recommendation. We have learned a lot about this application and these partners after this review process was complete and after this do not fund recommendation from staff was developed. So I want to put that in context as we have this conversation today with the board about this funding recommendation. And sometimes timing just doesn't work out great for our partners to get feedback on an application if they're applying for multiple OWEB grants, as Lisa mentioned. We have a lot of grant programs out there, and we've built it over time to be responsive to the many needs that we see. There's a lot of things that are going on at the same time, and sometimes not grantees are applying to multiple funding sources to try to figure out what's the best fit, and again, how they can get their projects done on the ground. So I want to provide that context we do not have any written or public comment regarding any of the staff funding recommendation today, unless something came in that I'm not aware of. So I want to pause here and turn it over to the co-chairs to facilitate discussion.
All right, go ahead, Kelly. Take it away.
Hi, Kelly Coates for the record. So thanks, Courtney, for your introduction on that proposal, because I would like to recommend that this project be funded, and for a number of the reasons that Courtney mentioned, as well as the fact that staff have reached out to the Sletch and Grand Ronde tribes and have had conversations with them, and they are very supportive of this project. That was one of the things that we weren't sure about with the initial application that we discussed previously, but just to confirm that the tribes are supportive and would like to see this funded. This is also the last offering of the collaboration grants for this biennium. And so this is kind of the last chance for this for a while. And I believe, and I'm going to look to staff just to confirm this, that there is enough money left in the organizational collaboration grants for this to be funded, and it will not defund another project in the recommended funding list. So I would just like to recommend that we make the decision to add this to the fund list.
Thank you, Kelly. Mark?
Mark Laphart. So we've got that question answered about there is funding for it, and staff has reviewed this based on the new information, and staff agrees that they would now support this project.
For the record, Courtney Schaff, Business Operations Manager. Yes, I support Kelly's recommendation for a couple of reasons. Yes, we would be leaving money on the table in this spending plan category. So we have enough money to fund that.
Just that one.
Correct.
Okay.
We have confirmation from both tribal partners so the concern from the review team was that this is building capacity at the councils, the districts, and not at the tribes, at the local partners and not the tribal level. And we have confirmation that this is a supported approach. It is building capacity in the right places. It is the last cycle of this biennium. And I just also wanted to point out, it is not unprecedented in our more operating capacity line item of our spending plan for the board to fund something that might be a do not fund from staff. That has happened before. And it is not something that, we consider lightly. And I think and the other thing I wanted to add is at the April board meeting, and I think Mark mentioned it yesterday, we had the great presentation from the non-traditional partners. Joe Scott of the Grand Ronde tribe was one of those presenters, and he actually talked about this work and how meaningful it was to the tribes. And we, again, received all that information after this review process.
So just follow up. So I think it kind of covers it for me in one sentence. The partnership is committed to collaboration and decolonization work with their collaborative geography, as well as finding ways to meaningfully engage Native people in restoration and stewardship work. That covers it for me.
So Mark, Lindsay, then Jamie. Or sorry, Bruce.
The other Mark. Yeah. Gray hair, right?
The seasoned one.
So we don't have to wait to finish all of our DEI work to recognize DEI attributes of proposed projects. And it's clear that if we look through a DEI lens, that this should make the cut. So I'm supportive of that as well.
Lindsay McClary for the record, and just wanted to confirm in my professional role as the restoration ecologist for the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, just confirm that there are existing partnerships functioning, and the tribe is committed to this project. And if the board remembers, there is an existing OWEB funded project that combines Long Tom Watershed Council with the Confederated Tribes of Siletz and the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, titled Regenerating Plant Communities with Cultural Fire. And this would directly build off of that momentum. Thank you.
Jamie?
First, a general comment and then specific to this project. The general is for that wonderful bubble chart we have, the organizational capacity assessment piece. As we move forward on DEI work, we'll need to reflect on some of the maybe internal biases within that for more experienced organizations. So that's a general comment looking forward. Also, that rings true too for crisis management projects. Lisa, you commented on those earlier, and just say, having led crisis management team just last year in wildfire recovery, sometimes you need to get things done and you don't have the full capacity, but you're still needing to do those things at the same time. So those are reflections going forward in terms of this type of work. But specific to this project, I just wanted to ask, Kelly, was that a motion?
Kelly Coates for the record. I'm prepared to make a motion, yes.
So are we doing them individually we're done with the presentation?
For the record, Courtney Schaff, Business Operations Manager, there is a motion in your board book related to funding all of them. I have funding what is proposed by staff. Right. Kelly and I have communicated, and she does have a specific motion separate for funding this one, or you could just roll in the grant number and do it as one motion. There are options.
And before we even consider a motion, we do have a public comment to consider, if there is any, but let's continue the conversation. Any more questions or comments on this? Go ahead, Greg.
Greg Addington. So Courtney, just so the two in our packet that are were recommended not to be funded. We've talked about the concerns the staff had, the questions have been answered. The other one, then it just didn't meet the necessary criteria from a staff perspective.
For the record, Courtney Schaff, Business Operations Manager. The other one was, it was a very different set of concerns. So I'm going to put the post-fork one. It really was the concerns about meaningful engagement with the tribal partners and making sure that it was there. With the Oak one, there is the Oak partnership that they were discussing in the proposal is very large. It is inclusive of all the Oak partnerships that are operating across the state of Oregon. And it wasn't clear from the proposal how this work was going to bring them all forward in collectively change how they do business to get work done on the ground. And we didn't receive any additional information throughout the course of the evaluation or post-evaluation process that gave us more clarity that would lead to kind of organizational change at such a large scale.
Thank you.
I have a question. So you said at the funding level that's before us, there's money being left on the table. Can you give me that figure?
I can. We have $367,000 in the spending plan. And if we funded 5 out of the 6, we would be funding $311,696. So I am not a person to do math on my feet, especially when I'm on YouTube, but maybe someone else can.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there further discussion on this or comments? All right, I would entertain a motion.
Kelly Coates for the record. I'm going to try to roll it all into one motion. So I move the board award the organization collaboration grants consistent with the amount recommended in attachment A and adding into this project number 223-8075.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Oh.
No, sorry.
It's been moved by Kelly, seconded by Liza Jane. Is there further discussion?
Was there public comment?
Wasn't any.
For the record, there is no written or public comment associated with this agenda item.
Thank you for the record. Thank you. All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Courtney. Okay, we're at agenda item N. Our agency request budget future org chart. Stephanie.
Right. Good morning, board members.
Good morning.
Stephanie Page for the record, Deputy Director of OWEB. All right. And I see our slides are up. Lisa, is there anything you would like to say to kick it off before I start powering through the slides?
Yeah. And for the record, Lisa Hansen. So this is reflective of work that the OWEB team started back in early December, right after Stephanie and I came to the agency and really started thinking about what the agency does, how we do it, where we do it, and who we have to do the work. And recognizing that the agency had come through a pretty tough time during the last biennium and was taking on a whole lot of new work coming in from the legislature to respond to emergency needs in Oregon. And so we've really tried to incorporate what we believe puts OWEB in a solid foundation for today and into the future. That's a buildable structure that meets the needs of what the board is asking us to do and where we see gaps in the work that we're currently doing and opportunity to assist other organizations and our partners longer term. So I'm going to stop there and let Stephanie dig into it. And then I think when we get to the org chart, I would like to talk you through some of my philosophy around how we've come to where we're at. And I think the process that we've used as well, I've spent a lot of time, I hold office hours now, which is, they're on, virtual with the staff, but really to try and talk with the staff, listen to the staff and think about where OWEB has been, where the staff are at, the values of this organization, and being able to carry those forward, as well as build upon them as we work to improve the organization.
Right, for the record, Stephanie Page, Deputy Director. So I wanted to start for new folks, both listening today and for new board members, and just review some basics of the state budgeting process. So the state of Oregon operates on a biennial budget, and that means the July 1st of every odd year starts the budget cycle, and then it wraps up 2 years later on June 30th. And so we start very early in the even years planning ahead for that budgeting process. There are 3 steps in the process. The first is the agency request budget, which is what we've been preparing to submit at the end of August and what we're talking to you about today. The next step is the governor's recommended budget. And when there is an administration change, like we have coming up this fall, the governor can release their recommended budget. I believe it's in February of the year that they begin their term in office. And then the next step is for the legislature to consider the governor's recommended budget and the agency's requested budget and come up with a legislatively adopted budget. And that is the third step in the budgeting process.
Can I just, may I just add? So one thing that I need to add for clarification, the ask opportunity for the agency is in the agency request budget. Once the governor's budget comes out, the agency supports and the board supports the governor's recommended budget. So this is our chance to get it on the record in terms of what we need, because once the governor's budget comes out, we will support that budget.
The additional requests that we make are called, are called policy option packages, or POPs. So you'll hear us use that acronym frequently, and just wanted to explain what that means. And we have to submit POPs not only for new things that we're requesting, but for continuation of limited duration positions. And you're going to see a lot of that in what we're going through with you today. So that is why we're asking to continue some positions and not others. Permanent positions get rolled forward in the agency's base budget. And that's just a matter of applying inflationary factors in the budgeting process. So really what we're talking about today is new requests or the continuation of existing limited duration positions. And as I mentioned, our budget is due August 31st. It includes both narratives describing what the agency does. There's a whole list of things that we need to submit with that request budget. And I just wanted to recognize, as Lisa did earlier, the role of Miriam Scherer, our fiscal officer. She's had a steep learning curve because of the complexity of the state budgeting process and the systems that she has to learn, as well as other financial and budgetary duties that she has. And she's just been really wonderful to work with. I also wanted to talk briefly about the importance of stakeholder engagement early in the budgeting process. So back in May, we held 2 meetings to go over the draft POP list with stakeholders. So we had a mix, I would say, of conservation partners, some other folks who might be interested in OWEB's work. Some ag lobby members participated in those as well. We had a good discussion with the conservation partnership. So, and then we've also had some conversations in one-on-one meetings, in part as part of that outreach that we've been doing, but also with more traditional partners of the agency describing our POPs. And we've worked to coordinate closely with other natural resource agencies. Because as I'll talk about a little later, we do try to operate as an enterprise and coordinate what we ask for and what we deliver to the people of Oregon. So one of the newer items on the list that you'll see today was added because of that partner and state agency feedback. One more thing I wanted to note about the budgeting process, and it's a requirement that has to be submitted with our budget, is that we have to prepare 10% reduction options. And we have to do that in both policy areas of our budget. So that means a 10% reduction options in our operations program, which is all of our staff, our supplies and services, other spending authority we have, and then in our grants program as well. So that's just a standard part of the budgeting process that we have to do. Okay. So again, to review how we got to where we are today, I would say as a whole in the agency, we're feeling a little like we have our feet under us more than we might have felt in April. We're feeling a little less overwhelmed, but we are still in the process of restarting some of our programs that paused during the pandemic. For example, the Water Acquisitions Grant Program is going to restart later on this year. We're working through IT projects that piled up during the pandemic because we had only one of our two IT programming developer positions filled for that time for vacancy savings. So there's just a lot. There's some work that piled up that we are still working our way through. We're continuing to hire some of the new positions that we got in the February special session. So we are getting closer and closer with each board meeting, but we're still working through some of those. We are also excited to be working with the board on new initiatives and board priorities. For example, the climate resolution implementation and the work to broaden the partners that we engage with. We're standing up basically the Oregon Ag Heritage Program, getting ready to do grant offerings there. And then our drought and fire team, as you heard, are rolling out those new programs. We keep hearing about additional opportunities to pursue resources, and we're getting approached by partners, including other state agencies and non-governmental organizations who are interested in OWEB applying for or administering grant programs. And we want to help. I think grant administration is our core competency here at OWEB, but we have capacity limitations that has prevented us from doing that thus far. So that has informed the list of POPs that you'll see a little later on. And then, as you heard from Lisa a little while ago, we are a part of the state enterprise. We collaborate with other state agencies on a lot of initiatives, such as the shared stewardship initiative that you heard about before. We also are responsible to administer or to implement state directives, such as a recent executive order on affirmative action, IT governance and data governance directives. We're part of an interagency water data portal development process. So just a lot of collaborative work to help state agencies deliver streamlined and coordinated service to the people of Oregon, but that all takes time and staff time as well. So that brings us to, as we've talked about before, determining that we need additional agency capacity to accomplish all of these priorities. If you're following along from the PDF that was in the ebook, I just wanted to note that this is a late breaking edition, because I know some of you have already seen it, but some folks might not have seen it yet. But as Lisa mentioned, we've got over 30 grant offerings with, I know it's very small. We'll make sure you get a more legible copy. So we have over 30 grant offerings a biennium, and some of those have multiple cycles. When we get a new grant program, this graphic shows the steps that we go through to stand up and then administer that program. And we developed this to help folks understand the workload that comes with dollars coming into us to establish a new program. And it's not as simple as turning around and sending those dollars out the door.
I would just add, so Stephanie helped me with statistics around this because we talked about it on Friday. Yeah. We receive about 2,500 grant applications each year. We fund about half of them, kind of like we'll go through and go into funding. The other half come down and they go into kind of a review cycle for improvement to be able to come in to the next round, which is a lot of staff engagement, to move those initiatives forward. And so just to give you a sense of workload, so we're bringing these in. It's a tremendous workload, not only on our staff, but also on those regional review teams that we rely on from other agencies. And the numbers are staggering to me when I think about 1,200 open at one time, coming on, closing, over 6 years.
Thanks. Keep going here.
So in adding on the new programs that we've received over this current biennium, there are some areas of the agency where we did receive additional resources to administer those programs. And then there are some other areas where we did not receive additional resources, but that have experienced increases in demands for their work, for their time. One example is our IT folks. They're two staff who are developers. So they are the ones who make the improvements to the grant management system that our applicants and grantees interface with. So that's one example. We also continue to hear about capacity challenges and staff changes among local partners and just needs on their end to understand and learn about OWEB grant programs and those interfaces, because that's what they use to submit and manage their grants. And so we want to be able to provide those folks more support to help them be successful. And then another priority, and I think Lisa will talk about this more when we show the proposed new org chart, is that we need to be able to right size managers' workload in terms of the staff and the various functions that they oversee. Okay, and again, I'm sorry this is so small, but you don't have to be able to read all of the words on it. I think there's just a couple things that I would like to highlight for you with the way that this is laid out. So the current org chart shows 3 sections of OWEB. You see there's a grants program, there's business operations, and then there is kind of a mix of technical staff and our emergency programs under me. And I just want to highlight that in the agency altogether, we've got 3 manager positions, and that includes myself and Lisa. We have one other budgeted management position, and then we've got a couple folks acting, which we are very thankful for. So, but I think what this shows is for each manager, a lot of gear switching. So they've got quite a few staff under them, and the staff have diverse responsibilities. And so for a manager, it means a lot of gear switching all of the time to effectively work with and supervise the staff that they have. One other note is that there are a total of 46 positions on this org chart, including the limited duration positions that we have added into the budget at different times and different sessions during this biennium. And as a percent of our overall budget, operations, which includes the staff, the supplies and services and contracted services and all of that, is 7.28% of the overall agency budget. It's just low to a point that it makes management difficult.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So I've got a question, Barbara Boyer. So you said 46 positions. Are they all filled?
Not
on this
yet.
chart.
We're getting closer.
Okay.
We've got a few vacancies that we are still recruiting for. The water acquisitions coordinator. We've got a couple folks who have moved around within the agency or who are planning to retire later this year. So we've got, I think, a couple more open and then one upcoming that we know that we'll be expecting.
Thank you. And for the record, Lisa Hansen, Executive Director. A third of our staff is limited duration right now and will end at the end of this current biennium unless the legislature chooses to renew them and extend it. So just to get, again, another sense for the volumes that are going on and what we're trying to get out the door today. The other thing I would note, and this is not a normal structure within state agencies. I'm not sure how OWEB got here. Typically, a deputy director would be somewhere in the middle, and you'll see that in the next org chart, and not have program staff and programs to be responsible for. You would have an executive, a director that is, you're running the agency, but somebody looks internally, somebody looks externally. You split those duties to be able to build the relationships, the communication, to do the legislative work, et cetera. This is stretched so thin. And the depth of what we're expecting people to do is very, very difficult.
Right. So again, blurry and or hard to read, and I apologize, but I think just looking at the overall structure, I want to highlight a few things again. First is that the executive director supervises a few folks, including the deputy, and then the deputy oversees a total of 5 proposed sections. And so those sections would be the grants program, a monitoring and reporting section, a business operations section, special programs, which would be the fire and drought programs, and then the assets and acquisitions section. And so that would be the land acquisition as well as water acquisitions. And OAHP. Sorry. Thank you. Anything, and Lisa, anything you want to add on this one?
Again, Lisa Hansen for the record. I think the important thing that we're seeing is trying to create a more tiered system that allows us to spread the work and be able to put the time and effort into the relationships that I think the board is looking for us to do, as well as getting the work done on the ground and really trying to help our managers have a reasonable workload that's sustainable into the future. And putting programs and thought areas together to be able to track and not do this wide ranging gear shifting that just takes a tremendous amount of effort.
I have a question. Barbara Boyer. Seems a little lopsided under grant manager, program manager. Just seems, I mean, I don't know what it looks like to maneuver them around, but it just looking at the proposed org chart. But that's just my first observation.
Kelly Coates. It's fine. I'm doing the same thing. Yeah, it's I think that the proposed org chart makes more sense than the current org chart for sure. But there are a lot of direct reports. And there's a lot of direct reports, and being a manager, I understand, trying to get program work done and managing staff, and that's a lot. So do you feel that this proposed chart is really going to get you guys where you need to go and help staff with workload? Is this?
So for the record, Lisa Hansen, I think this is a step in the right direction, is what I'm going to tell you. Not knowing where the economy is going is one concern. I think as we worked at developing this, it really already seemed like a very big ask coming from OWEB, from an OWEB culture, and trying to figure out the right mix. It could need tweaking again. And some of it also depends on how the emergency programs are funded or not during the next legislative session. There are a lot of legislative decisions in here that could impact this as well. No matter what those legislative decisions are, I will continue to advocate for more management in this agency to help balance the workload. And then we can readjust program underneath it, but we need to do something to help, because our managers are working managers too. They're not just managing the people. We're expecting them to do a lot of programmatic work as well.
I got Jamie. Okay. Jamie, please.
Thank you. And this is just maybe a question to you, Lisa, and to our board chairs as a friendly reminder. My thinking about us being in our respective lanes, I think our role as board members is to make decisions about how funds are allocated, and then also to approve budgets. And I strongly support the bigger asks to make sure that we're actually funding all the amazing work that all our team is doing. But I'm assuming that the org chart is just kind of an FYI for us, because it's my assumption that under that that the admin piece is on your shoulders, Lisa, and you're doing a phenomenal job and having to do some reorganization. But if you could just comment on that, just for a friendly reminder in terms of lanes.
Sure, Lisa Hansen. Thanks for that, Jamie. It is. The org chart is a reminder. It's within the executive director's purview to do the reorganization and moving things around to make it work, and we will do that. But I really wanted the board to have a visual and an understanding of where we're at today, what we're being asked to do, and thinking about it as we talk about new initiatives and the capacity of our group to be able to carry it out. I will share with you yesterday, when the board was doing your board reports, I was having a little bit of anxiety over here. Because as each of you talked about, especially the agency representatives, the work that you're doing, OWEB's touching it. We are in each part of many of those. And just like working on the 20-year forestry plan and trying to help make the connections and in the outreach, it's with the staff that we have, it is incredibly challenging. And OWEB has a culture of continuous improvement. OWEB has a culture of excellence. And so, that desire to do excellent work, but managing the time within a day is a challenge as well. And I am a strong proponent of work-life balance, and I am going to continue to be a proponent of that for my staff, to take care of my staff, because if we do that, they will perform better for us in many different ways.
Oh, this is Liza Jane, for the record, so we're clear. This is an action item on this agenda, but it's for the budget. So this is information for us to look at the direction that we're going. Without like job descriptions of what these people do with the titles, it's really difficult to know how to support you. But I hope you're hearing that the board supports your need for capacity being built. And this might just be a time to also recognize that we did receive written comment on our budget from Trout Unlimited, and I want to acknowledge that we appreciate getting those comments, and they were received. So
I think this is a great place for us to transition to the asks.
Kelly had one.
Okay, sure.
Thanks, Kelly Coates. 100% supportive of whatever you need to do to staff OWEB up to where it needs to be. I just have one question on one of the for the POPs. It's number 165, the National Historic Preservation. Are we gonna?
We'll get to them.
Okay.
Yep. I think that's the next thing. Let's just kind of go through the list now. But I needed you to have the picture to frame up why we were asking for what we were asking for.
All right. 1, 2. So just an overview of some of the attributes of the POPs that we're going to review with you. Obviously, you just heard about the need for additional infrastructure to meet the demands of the workload that OWEB currently has. POPs would expand our water and climate work. They would expand our equity and inclusion work. They would continue and expand asset and acquisition stewardship to reflect the current and as well as the future portfolio of acquisitions that we expect to have. They would continue the resiliency programs that we've received this biennium that were one-time investments. They'll help us meet some of the state requirements that I talked about, as well as others, HR related requirements and so on. And then they would help us administer and pursue grant funds on behalf of multiple natural resource agencies, as well as potentially other partners who have reached out to us about applying for these types of resources. And one other note on that last point is that they'll help leverage federal resources, especially in the case of the Ag Heritage Program. Okay, so starting through our list of POPs, I think there are 20 altogether broken down with 5 in the grants program and 15 in the ops. So the first one on the list is just a standard continuity package that we put together to make sure we've got the spending authority to fund our grant program. Number 2 is continuation of the emergency response programs from the grants side of the shop. And that means we got those funds as general fund, which means they are use it or lose it funds by the end of the biennium. And in order to carry those forward, we have to ask permission to do that and get the approval and the spending authority. So we are asking to continue those funds. We don't know yet what that carryover is going to be, and we hope that much of it will be spent by the time we reach the end of the biennium. But we also know, based on the partner capacity issues that Lisa talked about, and contractor availability, supply chain disruptions, all of those factors, that some of it will likely need to, well, certainly on the fire side will definitely need to be carried forward, and then possibly on the drought program will need to be carried forward. Other continuity packages include continuing the Ag Heritage Program and then also asking for an additional $10 million investment in that program. The next one would continue the water acquisitions grants side of the program. And then finally, we're asking for additional other fund limitation, and that just gives us the ability to accept and spend funds from sources such as Idaho Power and Pacificor. So that's the grant side of the shop. And I'll just pause before I go on to the ops side if folks have any questions.
Great.
Just playing the new guy card again for a minute. Can you just give me a quick, like, water acquisitions? Can you just tell me what that is?
Certainly, the water so Stephanie Page for the record, the water acquisitions program provides grant funds for projects that help keep additional water in stream. And that could happen through several pathways. The most permanent one would be purchase of a water right and conversion to an in-stream right or an in-stream protected flow. But we've also had other innovative projects get funded through that program. There's one, I think, here in Wallowa County that has been funded through the program, and it focuses on irrigators collectively working together to maintain minimum flows. There's a similar program in place in Wasco County that we have funded in the past. So those are just a couple other options. There are time limited leases and time limited options that we could fund as well.
Barbara? So Barbara Boyer, along the same lines as Greg, is, forgive me for not knowing this, but is this where, if you're in a CREP program, you can do a temporary, what's it called, lease back, in-stream flow?
Lease. That's Stephanie Page for the record. That's a component of the CREP program. So it involves getting an incentive payment through the CREP program, and then using some of the same tools that we pay for in water acquisitions that are available through Water Resources Department. So that would be the in-stream lease.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Right. So we've tried to sort of bucket these policy packages on the ops side so that they hopefully make sense. But these 3 packages are really establishing that organizational structure that you saw on the proposed future org chart. So this group involves changes in classification to a couple of existing positions. And then the second and third items on this list represent 2 additional management positions. So these 3 packages together create a total of 5 section managers of OWEB. And the agency as a whole would end up with 7 budgeted management positions, including Lisa and myself, if these 3 packages were successful. Okay, and just holler as I go if you have questions. So the next set, I'll just start by walking through number 4. This is a program continuity package. This would continue our water and climate programs coordinator. It would continue the outcomes specialist position, which is one that we received as a limited duration position restored in our budget in the February short session. And then it would continue our FIP coordinator position. Package number 5 would continue the staff that we received in the February short session to administer the Ag Heritage grant programs. Number 6 would create 2 additional IT staff positions. One position would focus on training and helping grantees and prospective applicants learn and use OWEB systems. And then the other would focus on business analysis that would support new IT projects and as well as improvements to the existing systems that OWEB has. And they could help if OWEB received additional program assignments, they could also help stand up those programs. Package number 7 is a position to provide technical assistance and capacity support to partner organizations. And then item number 8 is an internal audit function. And this is one that we talked about a little bit during the April board meeting. That the internal audit function is required of state agencies that meet certain criteria. And OWEB has requested this function before, and it has never made it into our agency adopted budget. So we've received an exemption from the requirement thus far, but we continue to ask and we continue to see value in having the function. This time around, the Oregon Water Resources Department, which also needs an internal audit function, approached us about sharing that function. And so this is a package that we'll be requesting jointly with the Oregon Water Resources Department. All right, on to the next group. Package number 9 is board priorities. So this package would request an additional climate and water position. It would support continued DEI contracted services for the board. And then if we wanted to engage in additional training, for example, and then it would also establish a communications and engagement position. So this would help us fulfill some new requirements that were in some environmental justice legislation that passed in the February short session. It would help us conduct additional proactive engagement to non-traditional partners, as well as work with folks that we already work with. Package number 10, this is a relatively late breaking addition to the package list. And this is that staffing to pursue and administer funding opportunities, including some of those time-limited funding opportunities that we see coming out of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or the IIJA. So these folks could pursue those funds on behalf of other state agencies and administer them potentially. Lisa, did you want to add anything here?
Yeah, for the record, Lisa Hansen. The other thing that we've been approached by partners for, there are some of these funds that state agencies or tribes have to apply for, but they would be going on the ground. The on the ground agencies are interested, or partners are interested, but they have to come through one of those 2 mechanisms. We need staff to do that work. There's also a process. We can't just apply as a state agency just because we want to. We have to request permission from the legislature to apply for those. And so there are additional steps legislatively, just in terms of managing, getting a grant in the system.
All right, package number 11 would be continuing the staffing position that we received to administer the Water Acquisitions Grant Program. Package number 12 would continue the staffing that we received to administer the emergency response programs, including the fire and drought programs. All right, and then the last 3, number 13 is asset and acquisition stewardship. We currently have an acquisition portfolio of over 100 properties, and that means that OWEB holds a conservation easement, has funded an acquisition, and is responsible to do monitoring to see if we're meeting the ecological outcomes that were proposed in the application, and make sure that the property is being managed consistent with the terms of the easement. So with the growth in that package, our current staff have absorbed that monitoring into their workload, but we see value in having a couple of dedicated positions to do that work. And we will probably continue to use some contracted services as well for some of the specialized ecological outcomes that we're trying to monitor for. Package number 14 is another continuity package. This would continue the Tidegate coordination position. We have heard from stakeholders that they see value in the Tidegate partnership continuing and want to see that position continue. And then the last one on the list is National Historic Preservation Act compliance. So there are new requirements of the lead state agencies that are administering the Pacific Coast salmon recovery dollars in each state. And I would assume that tribes have the same requirements applying to tribes to ensure compliance with. So as part of ensuring that we're able to fulfill those new responsibilities, we've gotten the okay from NOAA Fisheries to add this proposed position into our budget. They understand that that the lead agencies and other grantees are going to need additional resources to ensure compliance. So this would be a federally funded position. Great. Catch up here on my slide, my notebook. Okay, and did I see someone raise their hand, or are we good? Okay. So I think we kind of covered some of this already, the connections with OWEB's priorities, but just wanted to review that again after blazing through that long list of POPs and where we see connections with existing OWEB priorities, including climate, DEI, just supporting the capacity of communities and partners, helping them access and pursue diverse and stable funding, continuing our programs for protection of working lands, additional outcomes, engagement around outcomes with communities, and then again, supporting those innovative actions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
Oh, no, I think just a couple more. So just to review, this is our agency request budget, the first step in that 3-step process. And we will submit it on August 31st. And then the next step would be the governor's budget and then the legislatively adopted budget. So we're asking the board's support today for the policy packages that we've just presented to you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Bruce and then Mark.
Thanks, Stephanie. Good report, and I support the budget. I would like it goes all the way back to being a Fish and Wildlife Commissioner, carried on rare occasions. Board members, commissioners are asked to comment on or to just discuss POPs. And one of the things we've discussed, and I see it here as well, is people will look at a single hire, a single position, and see the dollars associated with it and extrapolate a pay level that is not related to the true pay level, and trying to explain that, our people are not making $200,000, $250,000 a year, although they should, Eric. I agree, but they do not. So those numbers, if people look at them, they include a lot of things other than just salary, and maybe you can expound on that.
Absolutely. Stephanie Page for the record. So you're absolutely right. There's salary. There's what we call other personnel expenses. So that means insurance and benefits. That's another component of the standard budgeting process. With any new requested position, there's also an associated amount of supplies and services that the person in the position will need. Things like traditionally rent. I think that is still built into the formula. The person might need a vehicle. So all of those things are built in. And then depending on the package, there are times when we also request contracted services to provide some other support to the person in the position.
Thank you, Mark.
Okay.
And then Eric.
Mark Labhart. So pops are definitely in our lane for commenting on. So, so there's 20 pops, and I calculate $46.9 million in those pops, and that doesn't include the general fund rollovers. So it's a significant amount of money. So my question is related to doing doing many biennial budgets, but doing two recently with ODF and W. They also had more than 20 pops, and there is a the legislature is going to look at these, and they're probably going to pick and choose and those kind of things. And so what we have done in Fish and Wildlife is we have asked the commission and the department first to prioritize the pops. In other words, the department says, here's what we think are the top 10 or the top, there's 20, so maybe the top 10 of we've got to have these. And then the commission was given that list, and we pretty much agreed with it. We remember there was a couple of changes, but we pretty much agreed with it. So my worry is with 20 pops and $47 million worth of requests, some legislators are going to look at that and go, you ain't getting all that.
Absolutely.
And so is there a way, or have you already, are these in priority order? Okay. Oh, thank you.
And just
withdraw my question.
Of course. So Stephanie Page, for the record, this is the proposed priority order. So appreciate feedback on that. It's something but it is something that we are required to do as part of the submission process too, is to do that prioritization.
Okay. So is there an opportunity if we wanted to, if a board member or this board says, I'd like to move this one up, and then we give it to staff, to you, Stephanie, and say, consider this, and you might or might not, but at least you'd have the kind of the board's in either individual or collective direction. Once you see that, well, it looks like 10 of the 18 have said this is a higher priority, and you might say, well, the board's given some pretty clear direction here to move this one up or down or whatever.
For the record, Lisa Hansen, very interested in terms of what the board thinks of priority. I will tell you, as we've approached this, the initial priority for me has been to build a foundation that's durable for this agency. And so you see that being that management structure. The next priority has been really to try and take some of those programs that have come in that were limited duration from last biennium that were important in starting initiatives and carrying those forward and making them permanent. And so it goes down from there. Okay. You'll see emergency programs lower. That is a legislative discussion. That was one-time money that came in. And I think there will be legislative discussions and legislative decisions around that. The PCSRF one, we put it down. It's federal funds. I think it's going to happen because it doesn't hit that state general fund or lottery fund in our case. Most of this ask. So we tried to do a little bit of that strategizing as well, but really thinking about the core work of OWEB and how to build upon that, and then the board priorities and the new priorities coming in.
So yeah, you kind of hit on the next point I was going to make. It seems like the legislature, if it's other funds, federal funds or other funds that come in, they kind of just gloss over that. But once you hit general fund, then they start paying attention. So yeah, the general funds that's the one they're going to look at. So as you probably know. So
yeah, for the record, Lisa Hansen, you're correct. The general fund typically is the toughest money to go after because there are so many demands on it. And when you think about natural resources agencies, which we're one of, take up maybe less than 2%, 2%-ish of the state's general fund. That's not very much. Education, human services, are the big buckets there. So we know, and just facing the fact that the OWEB, this is the first time that we've seen general fund was in this emergency response timeframe. I don't know that we will again. But the other thing in terms of lottery funds to remember, yes, lottery funds come here. We share the lottery funds that come in for operations. OWEB doesn't get all of the lottery funds operations that come in our 7.5%. It's shared. Some of it goes to ODA. There's some that goes to state police. There's some that goes to ODFNW. And so when the general fund gets tighter, then there's more pressure put on the lottery funds on this side. And then there are, again, the legislature will do weighing and measuring in terms of the priorities that they have. So there will be competition for the dollars that are there, no matter how we look at it.
Thank you. Eric, you have a question.
Yes, Eric Murray for the record. Thank you, Stephanie. I had just a question regarding the historical compliance position. Is that position intended to help OWEB achieve compliance with whatever authorities are necessary at a program level, or is that position to help ensure compliance, the partners ensure compliance for individual projects?
For the record, Courtney Schaff, Business Operations Manager. So we began working with NOAA, PCSRF, maybe 6 months ago, about the new requirements that will begin with that will be included in our PCSRF grant we received around reporting to NOAA on individual project compliance. So we are in the middle of developing a programmatic agreement that will guide that work. We meet monthly with NOAA staff to talk about that. So we will have to set up a program internally to collect that information from our grantees, and then send that information through the appropriate approval mechanisms, document that approval, and then submit it individually for each project. We also need to coordinate with ODFNW. We give part of our PCSRF award to ODFNW for fish passage work, and we will have to, again, collect the information from ODFNW to report on each of those individual compliance for each of the individual fish passage projects that they fund with PCSRF funding.
Okay, thank you.
Kelly and then Greg.
So the limited duration positions, are those for 2 years? Yes. Okay. And so this gets back to my question about the National Historic Preservation Act compliance position. So would you, in your request to PCSRF moving forward, would you just build into your request every year money for this position? For the record, Courtney Schaff, Business Operations Manager. What we have been told is that we will be able to include it as a direct cost position, right, as we do right now for the reporting positions that we fund with the PCSRF grant. We've also been told we will be able to start requesting that position before the requirements come into effect. So we have time to build the program. We are waiting to see what the next announcement, how it's worded, to see if that actually comes to fruition, but that is what the conversations are right now. Okay, great. Yeah. And I'm really happy to see this. I've been in those conversations as well, as a PCSRF recipient, and I was worried about the onus for reporting and working through National Historic Preservation Act for each of the individual projects. It's going to be quite a bit of work and a lot to track, working with SHPO, everything else. So I'm glad to see this position in here and definitely support it.
Greg.
Greg Addington. Stephanie, so do you have a breakdown of the general fund, lottery fund, other funds? What's the totals? And then the number of new positions total?
Yes. So I'll start to go through some statistics. It might take me just a second to navigate to some of them, but yes. In terms of the new requested funds, I'll just go through it on the ops and then in the grants. So for ops, we're asking for a little over 2 million in lottery funds, about 835,000 in federal funds, 1.4 million in other funds, and then 3.9 million in general funds. So total requested pops on the operations side is about 8.1 million. And then on the grants side, we've got 18 million in federal funds, 31 million in other funds, and 35 million in general funds. And that I would note that the general fund number could change because that is based on anticipated carryover of the fire and drought programs. So our POP totals altogether are about 92.8 million. And some of that, I will note, some of that is spending authority to be able to spend some of the other funds that we already have. So there's a little bit. And then the total new, I would say the change in terms of the positions from our current budget to the proposed is 13 new, but then just also noting we're rolling some limited duration positions forward. So those folks are included in there too.
In the 13?
No, those are some of the 46 that we have this biennium are limited duration. And so so in addition to the net change of 13 to 59, that 59 also includes additional rolled forward limited duration positions.
Go ahead.
This is Greg again. So just the total general fund would be, I was writing real fast.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Total general fund.
So it's 3.9.
3.9 on the ops, and then an estimated 35 million on grants.
For the record, Lisa, so about 39 million.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot. I mean, I guess I do, and Lisa, you acknowledged this earlier. I mean, the 2021 session, I think, was this mirage of funding that went out there. And I'm afraid that that's going to not be the case going forward. So.
For the record, Lisa Hansen, thanks for acknowledging that. And I think one of the things that we will grapple with over the next year as we move through this process, and I always think of it as a process, and it's never over till it's over, is looking at what resources we have and what we do. And I think the resources at the end of the day are going to dictate what we do into the future. OWEB started out as a lottery funded agency. We had the lottery funded grants and the PCSRSF grants. There are some people that have a philosophy that that's all we should do. Things have changed in the last couple of years because of the good work that OWEB does and the reputation of OWEB and some of the money that's come in and the need for emergency response and distribution. That could change going forward. I don't know. I can't read those tea leaves yet. And what we've tried to do here is to prepare ourselves. If our mission, if the workload were to expand in some of these different fund types, what do we need to get it done? And how do we build that foundation? So it's a process and it's a long one, and it's a ride for a little while trying to get there.
Thank you. Meg, you have a question, comment?
Yes, thank you, Liza Jane. I think let me just ask the question. The lottery funds in the grants category, is that just kind of self-executing? I mean, it doesn't show up in the agency requested budget. And is that because it's constitutionally dedicated? I feel like I should know this, but I seem that I don't.
So for the record, Lisa Hansen. So the lottery funds are constitutionally dedicated. If you remember, 7.5% of the lottery funds are put into restoration work, which OWEB is the agency that begins to push that through. And we have our grant side and our operations side with that. It depends on the revenue. And so really all we're asking for there is limitation to spend whatever comes in. And I can't predict today what's going to come in. And so we need the ability to spend, but then you manage to the checkbook balance.
Yeah. So we're just asking for authorization to spend X amount when we know what it is.
Yeah.
Directly for grants. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Stephanie or Lisa? Comments? All right. Seeing none, the chair would entertain a motion. Kelly.
This is Kelly Coates for the record. I move the board approve the budget proposals included in attachment A for inclusion in OWEB's 2023 through 2025 agency request budget.
Thank you. Motion's been made. Do I have a second?
Barbara Boyer seconds.
And seconded. Is there any further discussion? I see none. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just watching Eric just fidget up there. It's like, all right.
I banged my knee on the table.
So moving on to agenda item O, we are going to get an update, and this is an action item for us on Tidegate Funds delegation request.
Right. Thank you, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager. And I want to express appreciation for the work that Jillian McCarthy does on our Tidegate coordination. She's been instrumental in moving things forward over the last couple of years in dealing with what's really a complex issue, both in terms of habitat, natural resource values, as well as a really complex permitting environment that Jillian has been working with this partnership to improve. Jillian's on vacation this week, and so you've got the second string here. So apologies in advance for that. But it is a short item. It's the last 2 pages of your board books, starting page 254. And I'll just go over a brief summary of what's in that staff report. The board had an update on progress of the Tidegate partnership efforts at the January meeting this year. And at that meeting, the board agreed to accept $77,000 in state lottery funds, not Measure 76 funds, but other state lottery funds from Business Oregon for phase 3 of the Tidegate pipe sizing tool. This is an engineering tool that provides a critical design element for Tidegate projects. This spring, the project team met and learned about additional options that could be incorporated into the model to, one, reduce field data collection needs, and two, add to the ability of the model to address multiple outlets, muted Tidegate regulators, which allow for more controlled inflow and outflow in these systems, climate change scenarios, and groundwater levels. The project team feels that these would be significant improvements to the tool. The cost to add those functions to the model is $70,000. To cover that additional cost, Business Oregon is requesting that we amend our interagency agreement to add $70,000 for a total of $147,000 for phase 3 of the pipe sizing tool. And that is it in a nutshell, pretty straightforward.
All right, any questions, comments?
Eric, who's building the tool? Where's it coming from?
There is a contractor, and see, this is where it hurts to be second string. There's a contractor working on that whose identity I don't have at my fingertips.
Mark Lappart. So this is a big deal for me. For those of you who know, I've been involved in this project since its very inception because I spent 30 years in Tillamook County, and that's where we have it. So you are exactly right on Jillian. She, if it wasn't for her leadership, we wouldn't be where we are today. And it is a tremendously horrendous permitting process, and working with private property owners and state and federal agencies, local government, state government. she has just done an outstanding job. So I would be honored to make the motion, Madam Chair, if it's possible.
I'm not seeing any more comments or questions, so go for it, Mark.
So, Madam Chair, I move the board accept up to $70,000 of state lottery funding from OBDD and delegate authority to the executive director to enter into agreements to implement the technical studies that have a statewide benefit for the Tidegate project development with award date of January 26, 2022.
And I will second.
Excellent. It has been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Second string's not so bad. Lisa?
So for the record, Lisa Hanson, and not to hold us up on getting out the door to go to lunch because perfect. Just to get some feedback and some thoughts for October. So agenda items, any thoughts on the things that I had suggested? Anything logistically in doing the hybrid meeting, that observations from the board so that we can work on making it better for you next time. I know we had a couple of board members that have requested board books. I prefer a board book rather than the computer because I want to focus on you and not the computer and all my bells going off at me. And so if there are some of those requests, you know, I would love to get the feedback to figure out how we continue to do this and make improvements and meet the needs of the board as we move forward.
Lisa, this is Liza Jean, for the record. I'm really interested in the FIP comments that we got, and it looked like an opportunity for us to support the staff in revisiting some of those concerns. And I don't know what that looks like, if it's a retreat or there's room on the agenda. I also really, it's difficult as a co-chair to look at the clock and stop good discussion. And so I'm not opposed to 2 full day meetings unless that cuts in on a field trip site view, then I don't want to do that. But if we have, you know, we're here or we're there, and if you can use us longer for 2 days, I would support that. Bruce?
Yeah, I would like to support what Liza Jane was talking about on the FIP. I mean, and expand it to have discussions about other possible structures, things like encouraging aggregation through open solicitation, using capacity grants to encourage aggregation. I mean, opportunities to develop landscape scale work through open solicitation, through aggregation, without some of the same commitments and problems we've seen with the FIP. I think all those things can be discussed, and we need to start doing that as soon as possible.
This is Liza Jane. I just also want to add, I really missed all of you. I love seeing your face, but I missed you at our meeting, that those of you that had to attend virtually. So I think it worked well. I thank April, Regan, all of you for being able to connect us like this. It's a great option, but just want you to know you're missed.
Greg Addington. Lisa, you had, I think, a list of things that you went through, and I'm fairly certain I've forgotten what those were, but I do remember being interested.
I have the list. I can click them off. These are some of the ones so one of them was to focus on statewide initiatives around water as we're going into the governor's recommended budget. And some of the places where OWEB is linking over into other agencies and really pulling that together. So the board has an understanding of the interconnectivity and also how we're following enterprise and statewide initiatives. So that was one of them. Director Whitman to come and talk about Klamath Dam removal. There's a need for some funding to fill a gap in terms of restoration work longer term that needed to take place. I put down OWEB Grants 101, and I think maybe that's part of this FIP review, thinking about some of the others, and maybe we'll do some brief. We could look at the logistics of that you talked about earlier, Bruce, in terms of where we see our money spent, who we're sending it to, and then also the tools that we're using to get it out there. And that could start the evaluation process around those. And maybe we come up with some different ideas around how or what the grant offerings could look like into the future. I really would like to have some of that discussion.
I really like Greg's comment about products. I really never heard that before. Yeah. And we actually do have
products,
a group of products. Yeah.
And the other thing that I had on my list, which came out of the Climate Water Committee meeting, was a vulnerability tool. And I think it has to do with resilience and climate and communities potentially more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, if I understand that correctly, having not been in the meeting and trying to like pull the parts and pieces together.
This is Greg. So for what it's worth for me, I like all those. That'd be fantastic. Although Director Whitman might not like it, might need capacity, but if not, I mean, I'd like to follow up just with staff on some of those things. That'd be great.
I think the other thing that we would have in October, I think we have open solicitations again in terms of grant decisions for you all to get some more money out the door to people on the land to do work. What other grant offerings will we need to make decisions on in October? Because that helps me think about timing, in terms of the chunks of time to be devoted for discussions.
Mark.
So Mark Levert. So you probably are already ahead of me on this, but since we're going to Tillamook and Garibaldi, the tide gate, I mean, that's the center of the tide gate. And if maybe a tour, we're spending millions of dollars on this project, and it's a pretty successful project, and probably gives more work to Jillian, but that'd be great to take the board out and show them some of these massive projects. And there's little ones, but there's also massive projects and what goes into that. So, and it's probably a really short tour to do that, or have a presentation on that, since we're at the epicenter of where the whole thing started. So
great. That's great.
And then one of Bruce's comments during this meeting was during the DEI conversation about kind of maybe, I don't know how big of a project it is, about auditing some of our past grants and seeing where we've pulled from, and maybe getting some sort of picture of what that's looked like in the past, some of our clients.
Message heard, message taken, and some of it's already started. Okay. So we will get you something, and I think it'll be a great discussion to understand how much diversity is actually already there.
And for the record, Courtney Schaff, Business Operations Manager, you will be continuing to hear from Jade and Shivangi in October and in January as we continue to work with the board to develop products and see the work of the report that they've been working on.
Thank you. All right. So Liza Jane's got some logistics for us, and then I have a few closing remarks.
Okay. So I get to welcome you to the Six Ranch, and it's, you did drive through the middle of it. It's where we'll gather is about 4 miles out the highway west, and it's Sunrise Road on your left. Then okay, make the next. Down.
I don't have it. I'm not finding it in my board book, but okay.
Okay. Go down the highway.
4 miles west.
Approximately 4 miles, I think. No, not 4 miles, 5 miles, 2 miles. No, I know it's not 2 miles.
We're taking a left.
Go on down the road until you hit Sunrise Road.
3.1.
To my house or to the Century House? Okay. Okay, it's a ways down the road, and then take a left on Sunrise Road, take the next left just right into the barn lot where we'll just park chaotically anywhere you want. And my daughter is making us lunch, and then we'll get on, if Butch and Betty, who are the Belgian horses that we feed with, are in a good mood, we'll get on the wagon and go down the river a ways. And my son will and I will talk about projects we've done and the river. And again, you're welcome to jump in if it's as hot as I think it is. But and then you can just, you're welcome to hang as long as you want. And I'm really excited to spend that time with you, and I'll turn that over.
All right, thank you. So before we adjourn this meeting today, I just want to acknowledge all the hard work that April does. You think on your feet, and you have this can-do attitude that I think is impressive. And I call you the quiet wonder. And you did, Elijah Jen, you did a lot of behind the scenes to make this work today. So, and okay, sure. But I just wanted to acknowledge your work for behind the scene. And to all of you, my fellow board members, wow. Your thoughtfulness the last couple of days, it's really been cool. So what we accomplished, it's pretty cool that what we do, what we've accomplished is amazing. And I don't take it lightly. It's an honor to actually sit here with all of you. And I missed all of you on screen. And I know Aaron's not on there, and I hope we didn't scare him because I couldn't read his body language. Okay.
I'm on the phone. I had to run down to the office, but yes, I just straight out everyone all around is all I got to say.
And I know, Greg, this is your first meeting, but I could read your body language, so I know we didn't scare you. All right, so I'm looking forward to lunch today. Just be well and be safe, everybody. This meeting is adjourned.